The highest bounty CH 1 to 30. Chapter 1. This is the planet Sarul. It is a 4.5 billion year old planet with a radius of 6,378.2 kilometers. The name of the planet comes from its cerulean waters that cover 71% of its surface, with the remaining 29% being dry land. It rotates about its axis once approximately every 24 hours, and around its star, Sol, every 365.25 days. It has one satellite named Luna, which rotates around Sarul once every 27.32 days. 16 Lina played the video clip introducing the planet Sarul. Her eyes swept over the children in her class and noticed that a pair of eyes were fixed on her. She followed the gaze and identified the owner of the pair of eyes. The child had a head of short, cropped black hair, and his irids were of the same shade of black. His build was gaunt compared to the other students of his age. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes, and he was not looking at the hologram behind her, but rather on herself. This made her frown slightly. Lina had always been confident of her disguises. In her entire career of mimicry, an introverted, taciturn planetology teacher had been the most boring character she had ever disguised. She frowned. If not that this woman's boyfriend was a courier of the Federation, she would not have even bothered with putting on a disguise of a woman that did not allow her breasts to breathe freely. Lucky for her, the cargo was already in hand and the mission was a complete success. She could leave this backwater planet without leaving a trace after this class. She was annoyed by the boy's gaze. Did he notice anything? While thinking of that, she lowered her head and looked at the teaching panel in front of her. Tapping the boy's seat number on the screen, she brought up his personal information. Name: Yuding. 2. Gender: male. Age: 15. Gene level: level 1. 1 special abilities: unawakened. 1 cell index: 10. Spirit: 9.8. Battle prowess: B+. Mental cognition: A. Noteworthy incidents: as the student representative in the induction ceremony, he proclaimed in front of the academy that he wants to be the man with the highest bounty in the entire universe. 5 comments: 1 strengths: possesses extraordinary mental cognition and battle prowess. Weaknesses: stubborn, unwilling to be disciplined. 5 Lina was taken aback after reading the boy's information. He shouldn't be able to look through my disguise if he doesn't have any detection abilities. A gene level 1 adult usually only had a cell index of 1, though it's not unusual for someone to reach the level 1 limit of 10 points. But his spirit is so high. That's not something attainable with just mere training. And he even openly admitted that he wanted to be a space pirate in a military academy owned by the Federation. That's interesting. 9 Her lips curled upward, and she had the idea of teasing him. Student Yuding, can you tell us what is the proportion of the native population on Sarul? Yuding looked shocked at first, though soon after, he coolly stood from his seat and answered, Cerulean natives number about 340 million and comprise about 18.1% of Sarul's entire population. Lina peeked at the answer on her teaching panel, then continued her questioning. The second question: other than Cerulean natives, how many immigrant species exist on Sarul? There are 117 immigrant species on the official record, and their total population count is 1.53 billion. Yuding answered without hesitation. 1 Lina peeked at the numbers again and found that he was entirely correct. She narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment, and continued asking, please briefly outline the events that caused the sharp decline in native population on Sarul. This topic was an incident that happened before the new era. It was considered a dark chapter in the history of the planet, and mentioning it was still considered a taboo topic. Even the textbooks were vague about what happened. It was evident that Lina wanted to embarrass Yuding. Yuding raised an eyebrow and continued answering. Year 7,842,359 of the Federation era, or in other words, the year 2112 of the Common Era on Sarul. A meteor carrying an unknown deadly strain of virus crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. The virus proliferated incredibly quickly and killed off many living creatures on the planet. Not only was the virus deadly, it was even capable of controlling dead hosts to attack living beings. In 8 years, its native human population shrunk from 7 billion to 300 million. The survival rate of other species of animals was less than 0.1%. The Galactic Federation mobilized its troops to preserve the human civilization on Cerule and removed all traces of the virus in 7 months. After undergoing a complete overhaul in its governmental structure, the planet was officially inducted as a member of the Federation, and its name was changed from Earth to Cerule. 16. Embarrassment flashed on Luna's face. She shifted her gaze to the golden-haired boy to the left who was slumped on the table and looked like he was falling asleep. She peeked at the teaching panel that displayed the names of the students again. "You may sit down, Student Yuding." "Student Reed, please answer this question." For the day's classes were soon over. Yuding was about to leave his seat, but Reed stopped him. "Hey, did you notice that Teacher Ellie is acting a little different today?" Reed said with a low voice. "It's not quite the same." "What about it?" Yuding did notice there was something different too. "I'm guessing that the woman who conducted our lesson just now was a phony." Reed raised an eyebrow. "A phony?" Yuding was shocked. His intuition told him that Teacher Ellie was different, though he knew that Reed's deductions were often backed with solid proof. "This woman made a lot of minor mistakes. First of all, she used her left hand to tap on her teaching panel, which indicated that she is a lefty. She seemed like she noticed something afterward and switched to her right hand. Everyone knows that Teacher Ellie is a righty." Next, her last question for you is considered a taboo topic in planetology. It is a topic explicitly banned by the Federation government to be included in textbooks, and teachers are heavily discouraged to discuss the topic. Teacher Ellie looks like the kind of person who would not touch this topic with a 10-foot pole. 3 so far. Those are the 2 biggest mistakes. Of course, there are many minor flaws in her disguise as well. For example, she did not know our names, and she also did not know the answers to the 2 questions posed to you. That's why she lowered her head to peek at our seating arrangement and the teaching guides. In the half-hour class, her total speaking time was less than 7 minutes. The real Teacher Ellie's speaking time is usually about 18 minutes. Should I continue? 2. I'm going off. Yuding was busy tidying his backpack and did not pay attention to Reed's deductions. "Don't you want to know where the real Teacher Ellie went? Or who this woman is? Or what was her objective of disguising as Teacher Ellie?" Reed was still in the mood to be a detective. "This means that Teacher Ellie has already been offed, and her corpse is only the business of the Federation Army. As for the real identity of that woman, it's also the business of the Federation Army. I'm heading off to work at Auntie Roast Beef." "So long, Chatterbox," Yuding interjected. "For hey, I'm not finished yet. The chances of Teacher Ellie being killed off is about 91%, which means that there's still a 9% chance that she's still alive. And there's an above 60% chance that the real identity of this woman is." Reed shouted angrily, then spewed a bunch of numbers to boast his incredible powers of calculation and deduction. 3. Yuding escaped from school and rode on his hoverbike toward the west of the city. The west of the city was a backward, chaotic place. Piles of garbage emanated a vomit-inducing odor, and sirens rang day in and day out. This was the haven of criminals and the root of all the city's evil. There was a nickname to this part of the city: the Red Light District. In other cities, the Red Light District usually referred to as an area with a concentration of brothels, but this was different. The red light was a sign of warning, and so the Red Light District referred to the continuous din of sirens in the area. Many space pirates made this lawless region their temporary home. Cerule was a newly developed planet, though the number of pirates that set foot on it grew every day. Yuding was raised in this district since he was born, and as far as he could remember, the Red Light District had been a wonderland for space pirates from all over the galaxy. Yuding slowed down as he spotted the Rose Tavern signboard not too far ahead. He accidentally glanced into a window to his left and noticed a silhouette that seemed familiar. "Oh, why is she in the Red Light District?" Yuding started to feel suspicious. The silhouette disappeared in a flash. He hesitated for a while, then curiosity overcame him and he sneaked in after her. 2. Chapter 2. The person he saw was none other than the phony Teacher Ellie that quizzed him in class earlier in the day. Normal people would not enter the Red Light District, especially not teachers of cultural subjects in the military academy. Like most other teachers of cultural subjects in the academy, Teacher Ellie was just a normal human with a cell index of about 1. They had practically no power in combat. Yuding confirmed that Reed's deductions were correct when he saw the phony Teacher Ellie. He noticed that she was walking at a speed faster than he could manage, and quickly tailed her into an alley. 3. The narrow alley was long and dark. Even though his footsteps were light, he tried to move as quickly as he could. Not long after Gyuding disappeared into the alley, a tall and well-built man in a full-body cloak appeared at the entrance to the alley. He stopped there for a short while before following in. At the end of the alley was a deserted street. Gyuding stuck his head out and looked to his left and right and found no one. At this moment, he sensed a killing intent from behind him. Before he could react, a hand reached out from behind him and clamped onto his neck, choking the breath out of him. At the same time, he smelled a light fragrance from behind him. He remembered that this was the perfume that Teacher Ellie usually wore. "Tell me, who instructed you to follow me?" Someone spoke into Gyuding's ear. The voice sounded like it belonged to Teacher Ellie, though it was far more chilling, and gave him an intimidating sense of danger. "Teacher Ellie, I..." Gyuding was trying to explain himself, but his words were cut off. "And you brought help along too? Don't come any closer, otherwise, I'll kill him." The woman dragged Gyuding away and used him as a meat shield. The lighting in the narrow alley was dim. A tall, well-built man stood not far away from the two people, and his entire body was wrapped in a pitch-black cloak. The features of his face were obscured by the brim of his hat. Gyuding's instincts told him that even though he could not see clearly the man in front of him, this man was extremely dangerous, at least 10 times more than the Teacher Ellie that was currently holding him by his throat. He was also aware that this man's target was not him, but the Teacher Ellie behind him, though he knew that this man would not hesitate to injure or kill him if it meant getting at Teacher Ellie. After the woman spoke, the man stopped for a short while, then continued stepping forward, ignoring the woman's threats. The woman made a quick decision. Straightening her other hand, she delivered a chop to the back of Gyuding's neck, then shoved him aside. It was clear that she still had some use for the boy. She intended to use him as a bargaining chip to escape from the scene. Gyuding felt a sharp pain on his neck and a strong force causing his body to fly away before losing consciousness. After some time, Gyuding regained consciousness. In front of him was a shocking scene. Not too far away, Teacher Ellie was impaled on the chest by a rod that grew from the man's arm. Even more mysterious was that Teacher Ellie's face was starting to become blurry, as though a layer of her skin was being torn off from her face and revealing the true visage beneath. It was the face of a woman more beautiful than Teacher Ellie and looked quite charming. As pretty as she might be, she was already dead. The rod had impaled her firmly on the wall, and she had ceased her struggling. 6. The man in the full-body cloak reached into a skin-tight pouch that belonged to the woman and retrieved something. Under the dim twilight, even Gyuding's extraordinary eyesight could not discern what he took. At this moment, the man in the cloak turned around and his eyes fell on Gyuding. When their eyes met, Gyuding felt as though the ice-cold blade of the Reaper's scythe fell on his neck. His instincts made him freeze in place. It told him that any movement would result in immediate death. Target acquired. Scanning initiated. Scanning complete. Target Gyuding, student of Sarul Basic Military Academy. Kill or no? The cloaked man was speaking to himself. Gyuding could not hear clearly what he was saying, but he guessed that he was communicating with someone. The strong sense of danger did not subside, and he knew better than to move even a muscle. "Want a military academy kid? Ignore him. The woman's corpse will be discovered anyway. How's the mission coming along?" A low and resonant adult male voice was heard from the receiver. The cloaked man turned to look at the ice-cold corpse after receiving his instructions. Target, Lina, the poly-faced fox. Gene level, level 4. Special abilities, mimicry. Cell index, 181. Affiliated pirate crew, the Punishers. Bounty, 7 million star credits. Target confirmed deceased. Target item obtained. Mission complete. Awaiting further instructions. Since the mission is complete, pull out of the area, the man with the low voice instructed. The cloaked man turned around and left after receiving his instructions. A gust of wind happened to blow just as he turned, and this lifted his cloak. Gyuding had extraordinary eyesight. At the moment the cloak was lifted, he saw a number printed in white on the man's sleeve. 108. 108. What's the meaning of the number? Is it his code name, or the name of some organization? Gyuding was lost in thought. When he came to his senses, the man was nowhere in sight. He looked around and saw that the street was as deserted as ever. He got up and walked toward the corpse. The corpse was pinned to the wall by the chest with a black rod made of a mysterious substance. The other end of the rod was firmly lodged in the wall. Criminal incidents were an everyday occurrence in the red light district, and Gilding had seen no less than 20 such incidents in his life. He was not afraid of this bloody scene in front of him. He walked toward the corpse to confirm whether her identity was really Teacher Ellie. Looking up close, Gilding confirmed that just as Reed had deduced, the woman was a phony. Other than her face, her body structure was slightly bigger than the real Teacher Ellie. Teacher Ellie was not a short woman, standing at about 1.68 meters. The woman in front of her, after her disguise faded away, was at least 1.75 meters tall. Her fingers were long and slim, and the nails wore bright red nail polish. Teacher Ellie never wore nail polish. Just as Gilding was looking closely, a metal wristwatch fell from the woman's wrist. It rolled on the ground and rested near Gilding's feet. Chapter 3. Gilding bent down and picked up the wristwatch. So, is this the intelligent wristwatch used by space pirates? Every citizen of the Federation owned a civilian intelligent wristwatch. It had basic functions like communication and browsing the internet. Gilding's was the same. He already wore a civilian intelligent wristwatch on his left arm. That was gifted to him by the Department of Population Management when Dad registered him there as an adoptive son. 5 civilian wristwatches were different from those used by the military and the space pirates. Military wristwatches could access the military information network, listed the military exploits of the individual, and could be used to purchase military supplies. Space pirate wristwatches had similar capabilities, though it could be used to access the dark web, where one could purchase illicit goods and trade information. No matter the type of wristwatch, it had the same security functions. Once a wristwatch is forcefully removed from its original host, all information on it would be irrevocably wiped, all its settings restored to default and its power source disconnected. The only way to reactivate a wristwatch that was separated from its host was to register it again at an office of the Department of Population Management. None of the previous information would be retained this way. Even though he knew that this wristwatch was useless to him, Gilding put it on his right wrist out of sheer curiosity. Beep. Detecting host. Gilding was shocked when he heard a voice. He expected that he would not be able to elicit any reaction from the wristwatch since its original host died, and he would have to return it to the office. Name, Gilding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, level 1. Special abilities, unawakened. Cell index, 10. Spirit, 9.8. Battle prowess, B+. Cognition, A. Potential, unknown. Warning, abnormal gene conditions. 1 test result. Success. After a series of tests, Gilding felt a stinging pain on his wrist. He knew that the wristwatch was collecting a blood sample to bind itself to its new host. Once the process was done, Gilding heard an unexpected voice next to his ear. It sounded like a little boy. This woman is only feigning death. If you remain in this location, in 1 minute and 32 seconds, your chances of being killed by her on the spot is 97.65%. Your chances of being abducted as a hostage is 2.11%. The chances of you being permanently crippled is 0.24%. Your chances of escaping are 0.7. Who is this? Gilding asked, though he heeded the suggestion of the mysterious voice and fled from the scene. He knew how strong that crazy woman was. It was too much for his current power level to handle. I am the intelligent wristwatch that you are wearing on your right wrist. Also, by the way, that piece of crap baby toy on your left hand. Toss it. There's a trash can around the corner, 76 meters away. You can throw it there. I've already deleted all the information on it for you. Just as the wristwatch finished speaking, the other wristwatch that Gilding had worn for 15 years automatically loosened from his wrist. Gilding caught it with his other hand and tossed it into the trash can. He mumbled to himself, I didn't know that space pirate wristwatches are on another intelligence level. First of all, thank you for your kind words. My intelligence is far superior to any sentient being in your universe. Secondly, I would like to correct 2 of your mistakes. That space pirate is not my host. Also, I am not just any mere intelligent wristwatch. I might look like one, but I am actually an artificial superintelligence, a being on a similar level as the Skynet you know. While the little boy's voice spoke in Gilding's ear, the wristwatch on his right wrist turned into countless metal filigree and reassembled itself on his left wrist. When it finally took shape, Its form was exactly just as Gilding's previous wristwatch. 6. This scene had given Gilding a newfound understanding of the self-proclaimed superintelligence that he wore on his arm. He knew that one could pay a certain amount of money to install an artificial intelligence on one's wristwatch, though it was impossible for a wristwatch to change its form, much less move to another part of its host's body with its own will. If this artificial intelligence was on a level similar to Skynet, then everything that it did could be easily explained. 5. Gilding was not too familiar with Skynet, but he knew that the entire operational infrastructure of the Universal Federation was built on Skynet's backbone. All intelligent wristwatches and intelligent rings were under the control of Skynet. Even the dark web, an area of the internet only accessible by space pirates, was only a zone with special restrictions in Skynet's network. Skynet's influence was ubiquitous in this age. So what abilities do you have? Gilding was still doubtful of this entity's boastful claims. Everyone knew that Skynet was all-powerful, and he was excited to compare the abilities of this young entity that resided in his wristwatch with an artificial superintelligence like Skynet. 3. I am still in the early stages of my learning phase. In human terms, I am but a newborn infant. Many of my functions are restricted and I do not have the authority to access the majority of my data archives. Because of that restriction, I have two major functions outside of the basic functions of any intelligent wristwatch. The first function is the skeleton key. It can unlock anything that is locked in this universe, including the gates of all federal prisons, military arsenals, restricted areas on the internet, gene locks, energy force fields, and even forbidden ancient civilization sites. However, this ability is still in its basic stages, and I can only unlock anything that has to do with a network. 5. The second ability is probably more practical to you now. It's a data archive of many ancient civilizations. Of course, I can't access most of it now, but whatever I have should be enough for you. Do you have any information on pharmacology? Gilding ventured. 3. Of course I do. These archives are rather well preserved, and can at least train you to be a certified gene pharmacologist. Gene pharmacologist. Gilding's eyes brightened. 11. In this age of galactic exploration, gene medicine was still an incredibly rare commodity. Even a portion of the lowest quality F-grade gene medicine could fetch thousands of star credits on the open market. That was several million converted to cerulean currency and was already enough for a normal civilian family to live worry-free for the rest of their lives. Gilding's monthly salary was a measly 5 star credits. 6. I'll have to spend some time learning that even a normal pharmacologist can be an incredibly lucrative career. What more, a gene pharmacologist? There's no conflict with my ambition as a space pirate anyway, Gilding mumbled to himself, then furrowed his brows. Can you connect to the military network of the dark web? For Gilding knew that even though he could obtain most of the ingredients required in studying gene pharmacology on the open market, certain special components required access to the military network or the dark web, neither of which were accessible to civilian wristwatches. I've taken over all the information that belonged to the woman who feigned death earlier, so accessing the dark web isn't a problem. Also, I've discovered a surprise. Consider it as an introductory gift from me. 2. A gift? What could that be? Gilding was immediately curious. That woman's entire inventory and all the items inside. The superintelligence sounded a little arrogant when he said this. 1. The inventory was also Skynet technology. It linked every wristwatch to its own extra-dimensional space, with the wristwatch being the key to accessing the space. Once the host of the wristwatch died and all vital signs were lost, the wristwatch would send itself into a deep slumber. Once a wristwatch is removed from its host, its inventory will automatically break down, and all the items within will be crushed and scattered among the extra-dimensional currents. What the artificial superintelligence did was to hijack the signal of the wristwatch to Skynet and claim temporary control of the wristwatch to duplicate all the woman's information. 1. Gilding used the superintelligent wristwatch to display his inventory in front of him. So spacious, Gilding exclaimed. 1. A normal civilian wristwatch provided its host with 1 cube of space. Expanding one's inventory was allowed, though it requires huge amounts of money. Gilding's inventory space in front of him was about 20 cubes. The majority of this space was already occupied by items, with only about 3 or 4 cubes of free space left. I've also included your original cube here, and all the items inside. Should I clear your inventory of useless items? What the artificial superintelligence was referring to was the woman's stash of colorful lingerie. 7. In a short while, all the useless items were thrown in the extra-dimensional currents, never to be seen again. 4. Do you have a name? Gyuding asked curiously. His wristwatch was a self-proclaimed artificial superintelligence and should have a name like Skynet. The artificial superintelligence went silent for a while after being asked this question. I've searched through my archives, and according to what I found, I have not been used before by anyone, and so was not given a name. You're my first host, so you have the honor of giving me one. 5. Gyuding thought for a moment, then said, all right. I dream of being a great space pirate someday and sail the high seas of the universe. I shall name you Neptune. 9. Chapter 4. Rose Tavern was the most happening tavern in the entire red light district. The proprietor of Rose Tavern was Auntie Rose. She was 2 meters tall, her waist was as stout as a barrel, and half of her face was covered in stubble. Shaving her mustache and shaving her leg hair were the first and the second things she did every morning. Not only did she look like a burly middle-aged man, but she also sounded like one. 9. Even so, she was genuinely a woman. Not only that, she was a beautiful woman when she was younger. It was rumored that she stumbled into a forbidden ancient civilization site and was bitten by the legendary incubus wasp. It caused her body to produce 20 times the testosterone compared to normal males, which explained her current appearance. 8. After this incident, she disbanded her crew of space pirates and moved to Cerule with several former crewmates who insisted on sticking around. She opened a tavern in this red light district, and the formerly notorious Rose crew became the popular Rose Tavern. No one could verify the authenticity of this story, though Gyuding could never look at Auntie Rose and think of her as the same person as a beauteous female pirate with a huge bounty attached to her head. Every night, Gyuding worked part-time as a waiter in the tavern. He was responsible for serving cooked dishes to the customers, though most people in the tavern only ordered drinks. Most of the time, he was idle. The tavern was crowded as usual when he clocked into work. You're late again, Gyuding. The boss is in a bad mood today. The bartender at the counter winked and spoke to Gyuding in a low voice. Tell me something new. I've never seen her in a good mood. Gyuding shook his head and walked toward the kitchen. As he passed by the washrooms, he peeked into a cubicle whose door was ajar. He saw Auntie Rose lifting her skirt with one hand and using a razor to shave her legs with the other. Never seen a woman shaving her legs? Auntie Rose lifted her head, then slammed the cubicle door shut. Business was booming that night, though not many people ordered dishes from the kitchen. Gyuding had nothing else to do after serving several plates. He sat down on the only empty seat at the bar counter. One milker, please. Coming right up. The name of the bartender at the counter was Martini. He was small-built and was about the same height as 15-year-old Gyuding. His mixing skills were impeccable and was one of the main reasons why the tavern had so many repeat customers. The original Chinese text had the bartender's name as bartender. You like milk too? A young man sitting to the right of Gyuding turned to look at him with a smiling face. He looked like he was only a little more than 20 years old. His handsome face did not carry him as a space pirate, but rather the scion of a noble family. Milka was a non-alcoholic drink made by mixing milk and fruit juice. None of the space pirates, even the female ones, bothered with this drink. Gyuding had an allergy to alcohol. Even a small sip of Binks, which contained less than 10% alcohol, could immediately knock him out. 11. You don't look like a space pirate. Gyuding's gaze shifted from the wine glass in the young man's hand and stopped at the sapphire-colored gem that he wore on his left hand. He offered silent condolences to this young man. The first rule of the red light district was that one should not flaunt their wealth, otherwise, you only had yourself to blame when something went missing. He had seen his fair share of noble-born youths making this mistake. Being robbed was the least of their troubles. If they were unlucky, they might be raped or even killed. You're not the first one to say so. The noble youth smiled faintly and sipped from his wineglass. In the tavern, several people already had their eyes on this youth. A glass of white and pale purple milka was quickly presented in front of Gyuding. He drained the contents of the glass in one single gulp. Another one. You look young. Still in school? The noble youth initiated the small talk. Yup. I'm in the Cerulean Military Academy, and I'm in the final year of basic training. Gyuding nodded. The noble youth in front of him was not as haughty as he expected. This made him wonder if he should advise him to quickly leave this lawless place. Oh, the military academy. The noble youth nodded. A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes and quickly disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. However, that flash of coldness was not aimed at Gyuding, but rather a reflex action when he heard the words military academy. He immediately regained his composure, then continued asking, "So, you plan to join the Federation Army when you graduate?" "No, I want to be a space pirate," Gyuding replied without any hesitation. The noble youth was taken aback for a moment but smiled immediately after. "It's a hard life being a space pirate. You'll be hounded by the Federation Army and bounty hunters alike. There might even be infighting among pirate crews. If you join the Federation Army though, you won't have to worry about your next meal for the rest of your life. Isn't that wonderful?" 3. The Federation Army has too many rules. "I think I'm more suited to be a space pirate." Gyuding shook his head. 2. If that's the case, which pirate crew do you plan to join? Our crew isn't too bad. How about giving it some thought? The noble youth did not divulge the name of the pirate crew he was in. "Thanks for the invitation, but I'm thinking of starting my own," Gyuding replied resolutely. 10. Is that so? The noble youth did not look too disappointed but rather clapped Gyuding's shoulder. "Then you'll have to find some reliable mates. No matter how powerful you may be, you're still only an individual." Somewhere else in the red light district, something weird was happening. On a quiet, deserted street, the female corpse that was pinned on the wall by a long black rod suddenly awakened. She gasped for air, then pulled with all her might the black rod impaled through her chest. She thrust the rod aside, and as her fingers ran through her long hair, a black object the size of her pinky appeared between two fingers. She looked a little relieved as she inserted the object into her ear. In the tavern, the noble youth's wristwatch started blinking, the sign of an incoming call. The noble youth inserted an earpiece and picked up the call. "Boss, mission failed." "That thing was snatched by someone. I'm still not clear about which crew he belongs to. I feigned death to save my life, and even my intelligent wristwatch was snatched." A female voice spoke into the noble youth's ear. "Understood. Let's evacuate. We can't stay at Sarul for too long." The noble youth spoke clearly when he said this. Everyone in the tavern could hear him. After ending the call, the noble youth tossed 2 star credits on the counter, then turned to leave. "Hey, my name is Gyuding. How about you?" Gyuding asked the noble youth before he left. "Cold Blood, of the Punishers." The noble youth stopped in his tracks and turned around. "I have a hunch that we will be meeting again soon." 11. After the noble youth declared his identity, the bustling tavern immediately sunk into dead silence. 1. Chapter 5. The tavern remained silent until someone asked with a trembling voice, "So he's Cold Blood, the space pirate with a bounty of 330 million star credits?" Everyone in the Skyriver sector knew this name. Of course, this included Gyuding. Cold Blood was already famous before he became a space pirate. Back then, he was a super elite military academy student of the Universal Federation. His life story was the stuff of legends. He enrolled in the basic military academy when he was 7 years old, and finished the entire 3-year course within a year. At the same time, his results shattered a 300-year record and granted his enrollment into the Advanced Military Academy. 2 years later, he graduated from the Advanced Academy. Once again his results broke a 100-year record. He was only 10 years old by then. 3. After his graduation, Cold Blood was recruited into the elite branch of the Federation Army and completed 1 year of training there. After a year of silence, he stepped into the spotlight again after his training. At age 11, he single-handed killed the space pirate Lorand, who had an 80 million star credit bounty attached to his head. His rise in popularity after that could only be described as meteoric. In the next 5 years, he ended the lives of 3 space pirates with individual bounties of more than 100 million, the highest among them being 160 million. More than 300 space pirates with bounties more than 10 million were sent to federal prisons by him alone. When he was 16, after going through multiple evaluations by the Federation Army, he was promoted to vice captain of an elite squad. By then, his battle prowess had been greater than many captains of the other squads. When he was 18, He was promoted to captain. In the next 7 years, he led his elite squad and vanquished 11 space pirates that had a bounty of more than 100 million. The highest bounty among them was 310 million. When he was 25, he was promoted to Colonel of the Federation Army. He was the youngest in Federation history to achieve this rank. There seemed to be no limit to what he could achieve. On his second week of being promoted to Colonel, he received a covert mission. After that, he disappeared for 6 entire months. When he emerged 6 months later, he had become a space pirate. He murdered 6 Federation colonels and 1 senior colonel mercilessly and officially broke ties with the Universal Federation government. No one knew what happened to him in those 6 months. The Federation government had classified the mission as top secret. Even the best hackers in the universe could not find any information about that mission. Cold Blood's sudden turnabout had been a topic of speculation for every citizen of the Federation. He was known not as a military genius, but as a traitor. After severing ties with the Universal Federation government, Cold Blood formed his crew of space pirates and named it the Punishers. The Federation government immediately placed a bounty of 200 million star credits to his head. It had been a year and a half since the formation of his crew. For his exploits in this year and a half, the bounty on his head had risen to 330 million. He was the up and rising star of the Skyriver sector. Sarul had been inducted into the Federation government for less than 100 years, and its planetary development was still in its early stages. Some of the older star maps did not even include this planet. Even though it was a hotbed for pirate activity, a Cerulean space pirate with a bounty of over 100 million was almost unheard of. The other pirates in the tavern were uncomfortable in the presence of such a hotshot. Before the tavern patrons could recover their senses, the door to the tavern was shoved open. A troop of Federation army soldiers stood at the entrance. The appearance of Federation troops caused unrest in the tavern. Most of the tavern patrons were space pirates, and it was a known fact that space pirates and Federation soldiers never see each other eye to eye. Everyone, there is no need to panic. Please cooperate with the investigative duties of the Federation Army and I promise no one gets hurt. If you are not related to the recent theft case, nothing will happen to you. The troop leader had been in charge of maintaining order in the red light district for a long time. He knew about the situation with Rose Tavern. He swept his eyes across the tavern patrons. He knew that most of these people were some sort of criminal. If he came on too strongly, a brawl would be inevitable, though if his approach was too soft, no one would cooperate with his investigation. Captain, why don't we just arrest all of them? These people don't look like good guys. I guess there must be a bunch of space pirates in here. A young soldier standing next to the captain suddenly said. The squad captain's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this encounter would not end well. The young man standing next to him was not under his command, but rather a student from the graduating class of the Basic Military Academy. His father was a colonel in the army and was also his teacher. This kid went to look for him when the news of the theft in the red light district broke out and asked if he could tag along to take a look. He could not reject the request, though he had repeatedly reminded him to not say anything. Still, he ran his mouth at the most inopportune time. The atmosphere in the tavern became sullen as soon as the young man spoke. Killing intent appeared in many of the tavern patrons' eyes. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a door being flung open was heard from the back of the tavern. The sound of high heels knocking against the hard floor was heard. A massive silhouette appeared in the tavern. I was only gone for a moment and you whelps turned this whole place upside down. Auntie Rose, or Auntie Roast Beef, finally made her appearance. She wore a pair of blood-red sky-high stilettos, and her black leather miniskirt was stretched taut by her bountiful rear and gleamed under the lights. She had a pair of thick but fair-skinned legs, and the black stubble on them could be seen growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Her shoulders were broad and she wore a red fox hide round her neck. The stubble on her chin and her lips with bright red lipstick was a shocking contrast. Everyone turned to look at her when she appeared. Feel free to fight in my tavern. You might want to know that the items in here are a little pricey though. Break a plate, and it's 100 million star credits. A table is 1 billion credits. If you make a scratch on my antique bar counter, that's 10 billion credits. If you can't afford to pay, then I'm very happy to bring you in as the co-owner of the Rose Tavern. Don't worry, I'll be gentle on you every night. Auntie Roast Beef winked seductively at the people in the tavern. She did not realize that her gesture did not add an iota of femininity to her appearance. Everyone in the tavern was silent for a short while. Then, they quickly fled from their seats. "You're smart, Auntie." Gilding looked at his Auntie Roast Beef with an admired face. "Lay it off with the flattery, kid. You are 2 minutes and 3 seconds today. I'll cut your wages by half." Auntie Roast Beef tossed this comment as she waddled toward the bar counter. "That's not fair." Gilding was trying to explain himself, but it was cut short before he could finish his sentence. Talking back, "That's 2/3 of your wages." 4. Chapter 6. After the raid by the Federation Army that happened in the daytime, everyone in the red light district was on high alert for the rest of the day. Danger and panic lurked everywhere. Gilding even heard the sounds of exchanging fire in the night. On his way to the academy the next morning, Gilding noticed that the red light district was deserted. Some of the buildings were even destroyed, which gave him a hint of what happened the night before. There was a heavy army presence at the entrances of the district, and anyone who passed through it required a retina scan. In the academy, many of Gilding's classmates were discussing the incident last night. "Gilding, was there some fighting going on in the red light district yesterday?" Reed was a natural talkaholic. If gossip was considered a special ability, then he was also naturally gifted in this talent. He was not one to miss out on breaking news like this. "I didn't see it myself, but I did hear both sides exchanging fire. Also, when I was leaving the district this morning, there were troops restricting entry to the place." Gilding nodded. He knew that if he did not tell Reed something, his friend would be bugging him for the rest of the day. "So do you know what happened?" Reed became a lot more interested when his rumors were confirmed. "The army went to Auntie Roast Beef's tavern to investigate yesterday. I heard that something that belonged to the Federation government was stolen. I don't know what it is though." Gilding had a hunch that the thing that was stolen was Neptune. 4. To the library. After Reed walked away, Gilding heard Neptune talking to him. "The military and civilian communication channels on Skynet are different. All the information that I have been able to obtain is from the civilian and dark web channels. Even though your school is only a military academy, its internal network is connected to the military network. I can access the network from the library to find useful military information. Can't you override the restrictions?" Gilding was starting to doubt the extent of Neptune's skeleton key. "You don't know how powerful a mature artificial superintelligence can be. Skynet extends over 100 planetary councils without any latency or interruption across different dimensions. An immense structure like her has no flaws." Neptune had his worries. "Based on my current abilities, I can override about 70% of Skynet's restrictions. However, Skynet will detect my presence if I do so, and once she does, she will wipe me clean from this reality in no time. Your identity and location will also be exposed, and you will be chased to the ends of the universe by the Federation. If it's not a matter of life and death, I will not expose my identity to her too." "So that's the extent of Skynet's power." Gilding scratched his head thoughtfully. "Let's go to the library then." Most natural resources on Sarul had been destroyed in the calamity before the new era. Many plant species were annihilated, which caused the remaining species of aged wood to be an exorbitant rarity. Paper, of course, became a luxury. 1. The library of the military academy was unlike libraries of the present day. It did not have any books made out of paper, but rather all the information was stored in digital archives. One could access the archives by connecting one's wristwatch to any terminal in the library and can thus enjoy all the basic military information the entire Skyriver sector had to offer. Gilding sat down in front of a terminal and connected his wristwatch to it. 2 or 3 minutes later, Neptune chirped, "I'm done here. Let's go." Once they were out of the library, Neptune's voice was heard again. "I scanned the military network earlier and found a little surprise." "You've discovered a backdoor?" Gilding was excited. "Oh, not that. I've found an item that was hidden very well behind a restriction." Neptune's answer was out of Gilding's expectations. "I spent a bit of time creating a workaround to avoid being detected." "What's that?" Gilding had a hunch that the item he found was not an ordinary one. "It's a set of martial arts techniques known as Ultimate Arts. I browsed through it and it's indeed from a long-lost civilization." 3. Ultimate Arts? I've heard of it before. Gilding's expression looked weird when he said that. I've heard that the ultimate arts were written in the glory days of martial arts civilizations. A martial arts master combined the strengths of multiple schools of martial arts. This set of techniques is special because it brings the limits of human martial arts beyond hands and feet and extends it to the elbow, the knee, the head and even the fingers and other unconventional parts of the body. This allows every part of the practitioner's body to be a weapon. Because of this set of techniques, its creator became the undisputed champion of close combat. The Federation Army eventually received permission from the creator to be used in military training. No one was able to master all the techniques, and it was soon forgotten. 10. This set of ultimate arts is not only incomplete but also lacking some vital parts. The complete set of ultimate arts exists somewhere in my archives and has a total of 12 levels. This set of incomplete arts only has 7, and its power is far inferior to the complete set, Neptune said somewhat mockingly. In the martial arts era, the complete set of ultimate arts was the culmination of several 10 billion martial arts practitioners over 200,000 years. It is the undisputed Bible of martial arts and is one of the representative works of human civilization. A typical set of martial arts techniques can utilize about 80% of the individual's battle prowess. However, the mere first level of ultimate arts can utilize a full 100% of the practitioner. This is raised to 120% in the second level, 150% in the third, 200% in the fourth, 300% in the fifth, 500% in the sixth. One's battle prowess increases a whopping 10-fold in the seventh level, 20-fold in the eighth, 40-fold in the ninth, 80-fold in the 10th, 160-fold in the 11th. And 320-fold in the 12th. That incomplete set of ultimate arts can increase its practitioner's battle prowess to 400% at most. 1 has to start from gene level 1 to practice the complete ultimate arts. Also, their cell index has to be 15 points and above to succeed. There's no such restriction in the incomplete version. If your gene level is 1, you can start practicing it when your cell index is 12. And you can achieve level 7 at most. Any higher, your body will start to break down. Practitioners of the incomplete ultimate arts will suffer from an accelerated rate of aging and most of them die young. If it's like what you said, then there's no one that can practice ultimate arts. The absolute cell index limit of a gene level 1 human is 10. You can only raise the index if you break through to another gene level. Gilding found that the requirements to practice this set of martial arts techniques are unusually harsh. That's true. Under normal circumstances, one's cell index is limited by their gene level. There are certain ways that one could break this limit. For example, with cell enhancers. There's also electroshock therapy that can activate the latent powers of one's cells, but the effects are quite limited. There's also targeted radiation that can directly cause a cell to mutate. These methods of strengthening would each cost tens of thousands of star credits. I don't have that much money. Gilding was telling the truth this time. He earned 5 star credits every month, and after deducting his daily expenses, he had only managed to save up about 200 star credits after all these years. I'd suggest that you take another look at your private account. Neptune's tone of voice was calm. Gilding logged into his bank account and saw his balance. How did I get so much money in my account? Chapter 7. Gilding counted the figure carefully 3 times. He confirmed that his account balance is currently at 7 digits, 3 million and then some. You stole this? Gilding eventually came to his senses. It's just a simple trick. You can't call that stealing. Neptune's tone of voice was nonchalant. Do you remember that woman who feigned death from yesterday? When she pretended to die, I not only gained access to her inventory but also all accounts under her name. This, of course, includes her banking account. 3 million. I can buy a Kitty Hawk model with this. The first thing that Gilding thought of was the personal interplanetary spacecraft that he had always dreamed of owning. This money isn't for you to squander. You'll need a lot of ingredients to brew cell enhancers, and those millions won't last you for long. If you want to earn more money, you'll have to study your way to be a pharmacologist. Neptune chided. Here's the recipe for an F-grade cell enhancer. Take a good look at it. Go buy 20 portions of all the ingredients, because new students of pharmacology will fail often. The academy has dispensaries for its students' use, and their rental fees are less than half of the dispensaries outside. You'll only need the basic set of apparatus to prepare the medicine. What's left is just buying the ingredients. 2. Neptune uploaded some information into Gilding's brain as he spoke. A normal civilian wristwatch would not be able to perform such a task. 3. The human brain is a finely designed precision instrument. Even in the age of intergalactic travel, many of the brain's secrets remained undiscovered. Experiments on uploading data to the brain had been performed before, and its preliminary stages were resounding successes. However, all subjects died within 10 years of the experiment, and the cause of death was acute brain cancer. The brain cells mutated into stage 4 cancer within a matter of days, and the tumors that formed erupted violently. Hey, there's no problem uploading like this, right? Gilding had heard the stories and was a little worried. Neptune empathized with Gilding's fears and explained, "Don't worry, my data archives possess detailed information on the workings of the human brain. This upload operation is essentially risk-free, as long as this isn't done too often, or as long as I don't transfer too much data in a single sitting. You can be sure that this operation is totally safe. Most importantly, you ought to know that once an artificial superintelligence binds to a host, its chances of transferring to another host is exceedingly minute. If we're talking in terms of probabilities, the chances of me killing you is about 1/1,000,000th of the chances of you committing suicide." 3. Gilding shook his head. He did not know how to respond to Neptune's claims, though he had heard of the stories that Skynet used to have a human host. When her host died, she did not find another human host for the next 1,000,000 years. The loyalty of an artificial superintelligence was not to be questioned. 2. Gilding carefully perused the list of ingredients and their prices. He calculated that with his previous savings, he would only be able to buy 2 portions of ingredients. Pharmacology is a money guzzler indeed. Gilding lamented, then started to review the course. The modules of the course were all presented in 3-dimensional holographic videos, so it looked like you were there watching someone teach you on the spot. Every step of the process was explained in excruciating detail. No procedures and precautions were missed. Gilding watched 12 different modules that explained the process of brewing a cell enhancer. Different pharmacologists have different methods of arriving at the same medicine. Gilding was silent for a while after reviewing all the processes, then asked, "Neptune, do you have any information on basic medicinal knowledge and brewing techniques?" "I knew that you were going to ask this, and I've already prepared them for you." In a short while, Neptune uploaded all relevant information into Gilding's brain. 4. Gilding reviewed page by page the book on basic medicinal knowledge in his brain. After confirming that he did not overlook anything, he closed the book and started reading the book on brewing techniques. When he was done reading both books, he had arrived at the entrance of the laboratory building of the academy. "Excuse me, I would like to rent a private dispensary," Gilding told the caretaker of the laboratory building. The caretaker glanced sideways at Gilding and replied with some disdain in his tone of voice, "All 3 private dispensaries have been reserved today. You can use the public dispensary, which is free. As for medicinal ingredients, you can purchase them at the warehouse on the 2nd floor." Gilding did not mind this person's attitude. He furrowed his brows when he heard that all the private dispensaries were in use. Then he walked up to the 2nd floor. "I need tiger gall grass, croton flower, red cobra marrow. All of them 20 portions each." 20 portions? A portion of all these ingredients costs 112 star credits. "Are you sure you want 20 portions?" The caretaker of the warehouse was shocked. He could understand if a teacher of the academy bought all these ingredients, but a student could not afford all this. Yes, 20 portions. Gilding nodded. When the caretaker prepared the 20 portions for Gilding and he paid for it, only then he knew that Gilding was not joking. With the ingredients, Gilding headed to the public dispensary on the 3rd floor. There was no one currently in the public dispensary. All 30 workstations were neatly prepared for immediate use. Gilding selected a workstation at random. He laid out one portion of the ingredients and arranged them in the order of usage. The 4 phases in brewing gene medicine are, in order, extraction, distillation, measuring and fusion. The extraction phase involves cleaning and processing the raw ingredients to extract the liquid essence from the ingredients. The distillation phase aims to remove any impurities from the liquid extracts obtained in the extraction phase and to enhance their medicinal potency through gentle heating. In the 3rd phase, measuring, The pharmacologist measures the different proportions of distilled extracts needed to brew the medicine. If a mistake is made in this step, there is a high chance that the final product will become useless. The difficulty of the fourth phase, fusion, depends on the recipe. Some medicines require special techniques to complete the fusion process. The completeness of fusion also affects the potency of the final medicine. Wang Guoding followed the instructions carefully and perfectly processed all the ingredients down to the millisecond. The distillation flasks have also been heated to the correct temperature by this time. He placed the different extracts in separate flasks. There was no timing to be considered in this phase of the process. He needed to pay close attention to the color changes of the liquid in the flasks. Even if two extracts were from the same ingredient, the purity of the extract and its volume affected the time needed in this step. Guoding dared not slacken. His eyes were transfixed on the several distillation flasks in front of him. In a few minutes, the contents of one of the flasks started to change color. Guoding immediately removed it from the heat source. However, the other three flasks also changed color at almost the same time. Oh no! Guoding held a flask in each hand. The last one changed color once again. By the time Guoding removed the last flask from the heat source, its color had changed from sky blue to deep blue. This is over-distilled, so some of the potency is lost. Fortunately, it's still usable. After distillation, Guoding measured the proportions needed for each extract. Guoding found that this step was the easiest so far. He had already learned the best proportions to maximize the medicine's potency in the instructional hologram videos earlier, and he only needed to follow those instructions exactly. After measuring each ingredient, he poured the ingredients based on the instructed order and setting time into the final fusion flask. To brew a cell enhancer, one only needed to set the fusion flask on the table for it to be complete. While Guoding looked through the 12 different instructional videos, he had noticed that each pharmacologist had their unique way of performing this final phase. Guoding picked up the fusion flask and started experimenting with the simplest method, gently shaking it in clockwise circles. After 3 shakes, he reversed the direction and started shaking it in an anti-clockwise direction. He repeated this several times and the liquid in the beaker started to turn into an opaque milk-white color. 3 minutes later, the flask of cell enhancer liquid had fully turned into an opaque milk-white. If he had let it set, it would have taken him an hour to complete this phase. Hey, success! I've brewed the first ever cell enhancer in my life. Guoding was excited. Neptune, there might be some missteps in the process, but I think this is still of good quality. I didn't expect you to have the talent for pharmacology. The quality of this cell enhancer is flawless. Neptune quickly appraised the quality of this beaker of cell enhancer. Each grade of medicine was further subdivided by its quality. The 7 levels of quality from the lowest to inferior, poor, baseline, good, superior, flawless and perfect. 6. The baseline quality was the benchmark for medicinal potency. A baseline quality F-grade cell enhancer could increase the cell index of a gene level 1 user by 2 points. A good cell enhancer could increase it by 3 points, a superior enhancer by 4 points, a flawless enhancer by 5 points, and a perfect enhancer by 7 points. For the same grade of cell enhancer can have drastically different prices. The price difference between a baseline and a good product was usually 2 times. The difference is 5 times for superior quality. Flawless quality products are already very rare and can be 8 to 10 times of a baseline quality product. As for perfect quality products, it would be at least 20 times of a baseline product. A baseline quality F-grade cell enhancer could fetch 1,200 star credits on the open market. The contents of the flask in Guoding's hand could easily fetch at least 10,000 star credits. Guoding stashed away the cell enhancer into his inventory, then started on his second brewing attempt. He did not know that there was a camera pointing at him from the corner of the ceiling of this public dispensary. 3. Chapter 8. About 2.5 hours later, Guoding was already brewing his final flask of cell enhancer. The first 3 flasks were of flawless quality. From the 4th flask onward, the medicines he brewed were of perfect quality. After that, he became adept with the brewing process and his brewing speed became faster and faster. He had also tested out 6 different brewing methods. His first brewing attempt took him 15 minutes to complete. By the time he reached the last attempt, he used less than 4 minutes. The improvement between attempts was phenomenal. When Palmer exited her private dispensary, she noticed that the door to the public dispensary area was open. Feeling a little surprised, she walked toward the front door to see a boy fully focused on brewing medicine. She excitedly raised her eyebrows. Palmer was Sarul's top pharmacologist and was the only certified pharmacologist professor in the entire basic military academy. She was happy to see such a diligent student. She took a closer look and realized that she did not recognize him. In any case, there were 3 pharmacology tutors in the academy, and he might be under the tutelage of someone else. She did not play favorites. She loved everyone who was devoted to pharmacology. Palmer stood at the entrance quietly and observed how the boy brewed his medicine. The boy was moving very fast. She had only stood there for a little more than 10 seconds and she saw that he had already finished the first phase of extraction. Her eyes shined, then continued to observe the boy's movements. After extraction, the boy simultaneously placed all 12 ingredients in 12 different distillation flasks. Palmer was shocked. However, the boy's subsequent movements nearly made her stomp off in a rage. The boy turned the heat on all 12 distillation flasks to the maximum. What nonsense! Palmer frowned. She was about to walk toward the boy and give him an earful before he skillfully removed 3 distillation flasks that changed color. At that instant, his movements were not hasty nor sluggish, as if he had predicted when the liquids changed color. In a little more than 10 seconds, he had already completed the distillation phase of the process. All 12 distillation flasks had been removed from their respective heat sources. The boy displayed a near superhuman level of precision. Oh. My God! Palmer's eyeballs nearly popped from their sockets as she witnessed this scene. His next maneuver also left her speechless. Without using a measuring cup, the boy poured each liquid in unknown proportions into the fusion flask. Then, he lifted the fusion flask and manipulated it with a method that she had never seen before. In less than 2 minutes, the liquid in the flask had turned completely silver. It radiated a faint halo under the bright lights of the dispensary. Gilding poured the liquid into a vial that he had prepared and was about to store it in his inventory, but he was stopped by someone shouting, "Wait!" A female voice was heard from near the door. The woman looked to be about 25 or 26. She wore broad-trimmed glasses and her hair was tied in a ponytail. She looked diligent and professional. She was wearing a teacher's uniform and the gold-rimmed name tag that she wore on her chest prominently displayed her identity. She was a professor. "Can I take a look at that vial of medicine?" the female ventured. Another student would never have thought that a professor would be requesting to see the handiwork of a student. "Of course, but you will have to return it to me after that. I'm selling it for money." Gilding could discern the surprise and curiosity in her eyes, though he did not detect any hints of greed. The woman took the vial from Gilding's hand. She leaned close to take a look at the vial. Then, she took off her glasses and looked at it carefully again. "She looks so pretty when she takes off her glasses," Gilding thought to himself. This is a perfect quality cell enhancer? After looking at the test tube thrice, the female professor sounded like she did not believe her conclusion. She came to her senses a long while after. "You said you want to sell this for money. Can you sell this to me? What's your offer?" Gilding was not planning to lose out on this deal. "You should know that a baseline quality cell enhancer sells for 1,200 star credits on the open market, and a perfect quality enhancer is 20 times that. Don't worry, I'm not planning on exploiting you. 1,200 times 20 is 24,000. I'll give you 25,000. The female professor grasped the vial tightly in her hands. She was determined to own this vial of medicine. Deal," Gilding replied. After transferring the credit, the female professor stashed the medicine into her inventory and saw that Gilding was packing up his things and about to leave. Finally, she asked, "Whose tutelage are you under?" Gilding was taken aback by the question. "I'm not in pharmacology. I'm from the combat stream." "Combat stream?" The female professor's eyes shinned again. "Are you interested in transferring to the pharmacology stream?" "I'm a professor here." "Not interested." Gilding shook his head as he finished packing his belongings. He stood up and prepared to leave. "What's your name?" the female professor asked urgently as she saw that he was about to leave. Gilding. The female professor repeated the name. She saw that he was already at the door. She shouted urgently, "My name is Palmer. If you encounter any difficulty in the academy, come look for me. I may only be a pharmacology professor, but I do carry a bit of authority here. 3 All right, thanks. Gilding turned around and nodded, then quickly walked away. I see that he packed up so many things. He must have brewed more than one vial. Palmer mumbled to herself, then rushed upstairs to the control room. Palmer spent the next 2.5 hours watching the recording in the control room. The surprise in her eyes only increased. He brewed 20 vials of medicine in 2.5 hours. Even though the first vial took him the longest, it was only about 15 minutes. I can see that he was a little flustered in the distillation phase, and he was very nervous throughout the entire brewing process. It was obvious that it was his first time brewing. The next 2 times he made small mistakes at different places, though the color of the medicine he brewed looks to be of good quality and above. His 4th attempt was the first time he had 0 mistakes, which resulted in his first perfect quality cell enhancer. On the 5th attempt, he seemed to be a little more relaxed as he grew in familiarity with the brewing process. On his 6th attempt, his speed became significantly faster. He was even faster in his 7th and 8th attempts. On the 9th attempt, he changed the procedure in the final fusion phase. Other than the first 3 attempts, all 17 other attempts produced cell enhancers of perfect quality. What kind of monster is he to possess such incredible talent? Too bad the camera could only capture him from the back, and I couldn't see the entire process. Gilding was oblivious that his entire brewing process was captured on camera, though Neptune was perfectly aware of that. He deliberately let the camera record Gilding's brewing attempts so that someone with authority could potentially see Gilding's talents in pharmacology. If he became popular this way, it would be a lot easier for him to obtain resources in the future. For at this moment, Gilding was already back at home in the red light district. He was already in the graduating class and had already accumulated enough credit hours to graduate. He had the choice of attending the remaining classes, and his class hours were entirely up to him. You can absorb the medicine more easily if you soak your entire body in hot water, Neptune reminded him. Yup. Gilding knew about this method from browsing the internet. He went into his bathroom and filled the bathtub with hot water, then took off all his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. He reached out a hand to access his inventory and retrieved a perfect quality F-grade cell enhancer. With the tip of his head, he emptied the contents into his mouth. Gilding felt a hot current course through his throat and into his stomach. Energy radiated as the liquid entered his stomach and spread out in all directions. Gilding felt that his body was on fire. Don't try to resist this heat. Let it wash through every cell in your body, and try to maintain consciousness. If you lose consciousness, your cell index will still increase by 7, but the speed of this increase might be halved. Some people only need 1 week to fully absorb its effects, and some people need more than 2 months. The medicine is best absorbed in this explosion of energy and its rate of absorption is the fastest. Neptune explained to him. Gilding clenched his fists tightly and endured the agony. He tried to keep his mind away from the heat that was burning his body. The fiery hot current coursed through Gilding's body. Wherever the current went, Gilding felt pain like being branded by a hot iron. A normal person would not be able to tolerate that level of pain. After some time, Gilding felt his vision become blurry. A curious scene appeared in his mind. Snowflakes were falling. He saw a middle-aged man carrying a baby in his arms and walking toward Rose Tavern. When he reached the entrance, he placed the baby into the dumpster next to the door. Hey, what are you doing? It's illegal under Federation law to dump babies. If you're caught, you'll be thrown in prison for at least 20 years. Gilding yelled at that man while jogging in his direction. He stretched his arm as he reached close to that man. Unexpectedly, his arms passed through that man, as if he were transparent. He looked upward and saw the man's face. Dad? For the man silently watched the baby in the dumpster. A snowflake landed on the baby's forehead, and it was swiped away by the man's hand. The baby's 2 tiny arms reached for the man's thumb and grasped it. The baby chuckled happily. Something flashed in the man's eyes. He closed them for a long time. Then he lifted the baby once more and pushed open the front entrance to the Rose Tavern. I picked you up from the dumpster, Dad would always say whenever Gilding asked where he came from, his breath reeking of alcohol. Auntie Roast Beef also said the same thing. I remember the first time meeting you, little fella. You were still a baby, and you were tightly held in that wino's arms. How can you be my biological son? My eyes are blue, and your eyes are black. My hair is brown, and your hair is black. Also, My hair is a little curly too, even though you can't see it at this length. I'm so tall and strong, but you're so small and weak. And I'm so handsome, but as for you, you're also handsome, but you don't have my looks. How many times do I have to tell you that I picked you up from the dumpster? Dad has always described him in a way that listed all his inadequacies. To you idiot. Fighting with someone again? Your leg isn't even as thick as their arm. How do you expect to win? What are you crying for? Let me teach you. If you want to pick a fight, pick someone smaller than you. Dad would always comfort him whenever he fought with his friends, even though he knew that Gilding was the smallest one among boys of his age. One here. Take a big gulp. You're already 10 and still don't know how to drink ale? Are you a man? When he was 10 years old, his father challenged him to drink alcohol. The entire Rose Tavern laughed at him. I've promised an old friend that I will take care of you for 15 years, and today is the last day. Don't come and look for me. Those were Dad's last words. It was written on a piece of paper placed under a drinking glass. He had shattered the glass into a million pieces, and the piece of paper was already torn to bits. Dad. Gilding's tears fell uncontrollably. Chapter 9. Are you okay? For the first time, Neptune's voice sounded concerned. I'm fine. Did I faint just now, or did I fall asleep? Gilding's face was sullen. Neither. You were in some sort of amazing trance and the rate of absorption of the medicine increased by more than tenfold. You have already fully absorbed that vial of medicine, and your cell index is now raised to 18. That's one more point than was predicted. 1. Oh. Gilding's reaction was plain. It was Neptune's first time encountering a situation like this, and he did not know how to react. Your cell index of 18 is enough for you to practice the complete ultimate arts. Gilding's reaction was still plain. He opened the book of ultimate arts in his mind and started to read it. The complete ultimate arts is divided into 3 major sections: attack, defense, and movement, each with 12 levels of difficulty. The main attack techniques are Steel Fist, Phantom Kick, Lightning Elbow and Flaming Knee. The defensive stance was named Righteous Body, and the movement technique was named Silent Step. The attack techniques had 6 stances in each level. The same goes for Silent Step, which also has 6 stances in each level, and every 6 stances returned you to the original position. Righteous Body has the least stances, which is only 1 every level. Gilding remembered all the stances to heart, then started practicing them. He sped through the first level of stances. His high cognition allowed him to fully master the first level stances with 2 or 3 repetitions. He practices ultimate arts for the whole afternoon before he felt his muscles becoming sore. These stances are very strenuous to the body. Once you feel uncomfortable, you should immediately stop. Otherwise, it will cause irreparable damage. Neptune reminded. How about we stop here for today? You can brew some cell restorers tomorrow. You can only drink those medicines 1 per week. Otherwise, there'll be side effects. 2. Is there any way to continue practicing without burdening the body too much? Gilding asked. He was not ready to call it a day yet. How about the virtual arena? Don't tell me you've never been there before? Neptune asked. I have not. It costs 1,000 star credits to register an account there. I don't have that much money lying around. Gilding smiled dryly. I've heard of the virtual arena before, and I've seen videos of fights there. Just that I've never been there myself. Good time to register an account then. I've assessed the program and I think it's a good place for you to practice battle techniques. You'll just need to expend some spirit. Neptune encouraged him. All right. Gilding nodded. He was not short of money anyway. Neptune immediately loaded the login interface to the virtual arena. After paying the requisite fees, he received a message containing an invite code. After entering the invite code, he was brought to the character creation screen. Rather than character creation, it was more of a text field to enter one's alias while in the arena. The avatar in the arena was based on one's actual real-life stats, though there was an allowance of 20% that one could adjust. Gilding did not bother with the minor adjustments. 2. As for his alias, he entered Lukewarm Assassin. 6. Creating character Lukewarm Assassin. Confirm. 1. Confirm. Character creation complete. Enter the arena? Yes. Gilding was wondering in his heart. If I'm not going in, why would I pay the 1,000 star credits then? Assessing psychic levels. Neural connection complete. Teleporting to the arena. Gilding's vision turned dark. When he came to his senses again, He was already standing at the outer wall of the bustling arena. He walked toward the reception desk as he heard the cheers of crowds from the inside. "Good day to you, sir. Are you here to spectate, participate in a fight, or place a bet?" The young lady at the reception counter smiled sweetly. "I'll spectate first," Gilding answered after hesitating for a short while. He thought he ought to gauge the level of challenge he might face. "Please wait for a moment." The receptionist handed a card to Gilding. "Your seat is reserved in spectator room number 1324. The two fighters in the ring are Call Me Queen and It's a Plain 3. Looks like my name isn't that bombastic after all," he mumbled in his heart. "Please swipe the card at gate number 13, and you will be teleported there immediately." After entering the arena, if you need any further assistance, you may tap any of the 3 buttons on the card for different services. Gilding did what he was told and he was teleported to a spectator room. He saw 2 people in an intense battle in the ring. The character named Call Me Queen was indeed a woman. Her sexy body was dressed in a black skin-tight suit. In her hand was a black leather whip which she used to attack the opponent. For It's a Plain was a young male. He looked like he was at a disadvantage. "You can use weapons too?" Gilding's interest was piqued. The woman in the ring attacked with her whip like waves crashing on the shore. She looked quite powerful. The young male did not have a chance to get close to his opponent. Gilding could not assess his battle prowess, even though he had been on the defensive all this while. The whip did not touch him. His movements were rather agile. "Who do you think will win?" Neptune suddenly asked. "I think the woman will be defeated soon. She has been attacking with all her might and soon will be tired. Once her whipping slows down or pauses, the male will take the opportunity to attack her in close range." Just as Gilding finished speaking, the whipping speed of the woman slowed down. The male dashed between each stroke of the whip and suffered 2 hits. As he closed in, he lifted a fist and slammed it into the woman's skull. The woman's avatar shattered and faded away. Below the ring, pieces of the woman merged. She did not seem to suffer any real injuries other than her hurt feelings. "Looks like you can go all out in the ring." Gilding was eager to try out. He had reservations that his newly increased power might accidentally injure someone. It looked like his worries were unfounded, for after that, Gilding spectated another 20 matches. The most intense match he saw was between 2 people ranked at number 111,8043 and 111,2117 respectively. He noticed that these 2 people had many flaws. From the matches he saw, he figured that his ranking should be a little past 1,000,000. He should be able to climb the ranks with his proficiency in Ultimate Arts. 6. After the match ended, the commentator's voice was heard on the speakers all around the arena. "Our rank number 111,8043 player, her mom hates me, is still standing in the ring. He is looking for another challenger. Would anyone want to volunteer themselves?" Gilding smirked as he saw the 2.5-meter bald man with a long scar on his face. "You look so scary. It would be a miracle if her mom likes you. Don't you want to give it a try?" Neptune suddenly asked. "I think he makes a fine opponent. I was planning to step into the ring after he steps down. Since he's not coming down, I'll have to go up then." Gilding tapped the challenge button on his card. Gilding's avatar materialized on the stage. His challenge stats were displayed on the ring for all to see. Alias, lukewarm assassin. Gender, male. Age, 15. 3 times fought, 0. Wins, 0. Losses, 0. Draws, 0. Chapter 10. Everyone shook their heads and offered condolences to Gilding as they saw his battle statistics. "Poor little fella. He doesn't know how strong his opponent is, right? I think he might have accidentally pressed the button in the thrill of the fight earlier. I think his opponent will twist his head off and kick it like a football." None of the spectators looked favorably upon Gilding. All the comments toward him were negative. To prevent the match from being affected, the fighters in the ring could hear the spectators. Gilding could not hear what the spectators said about him, but even if he did not care. 3. In this beginner ring, everyone's cell index is normalized to 100 points by the system and their characteristics are adjusted accordingly. For example, someone has a cell index of 10, and their cell strength is 2 and cell vitality is 3. When they are in the ring, their cell index is normalized to 100, their cell strength will be raised to 20, and their cell vitality to 30. A cell index of 100 is the baseline level of someone with gene level 3. Only people with gene level 3 and below are allowed to participate in the beginner ring. Setting everyone's cell index at the same value allows the fighters to focus on their battle tactics and individual skills rather than worrying about the difference in power level. Standing in the ring, Gyuding felt power coursing through his body. His whole body trembled at the prospect of wielding so much power. Even though this body was a virtual replica, it was a perfect reflection of his real abilities. Gyuding was not aware that his trembling looked like fear from the eyes of the spectators. Hey, little fella, you're already trembling out of fear. Don't worry, I won't allow you to die that quickly. The bald man smiled cruelly. I will first tear off your hands, then break both of your legs, then finally twist your head off. Sounds scary. I wonder if you have the real power to do that though. Gyuding smiled. The bald man was riled by Gyuding's mockery. He leapt forward, then concentrated all his power on his right arm. Gyuding's expression sunk. He stood on the spot and assumed an attack stance from Ultimate Arts. When the man drew near, he threw a punch. Steel fist. His scrawny fist collided with the huge, meaty fist of the bald man. One boom. An explosion rang out as the two fists collided. It didn't sound like the punch of a fist but rather a cannon firing. Shortly after, another unbelievable scene happened. The burly bald man flew backward and his right arm had already disappeared. His body started shattering into pieces from his right shoulder. Then his entire body disappeared from the ring. The bald man rematerialized below the ring. His face was full of shock. He looked at Gyuding who was still on the ring and saw that he was unscathed. He realized the difference in power level between the two. Then he sadly stepped away from the ring. Gyuding remained in the ring. He was not about to quit yet. The steel fist that he punched was as strong as cannon fire. That gave him a deeper understanding of the full power of Ultimate Arts. In real life, he knew that he would not be able to unleash such power from the attack stances because of his cell index. In the ring, his cell index was normalized to 100 points. Not only this had augmented the power of the stances he had learned, but it had also allowed him to access stances that he could not practice in real life. Look like the lukewarm assassin shattered all expectations, and he doesn't seem like he wants to quit yet. Is there anyone willing to accept his challenge? The commentator's voice rang out again. This time, it sounded like he was provoking the audience. Not bad at all. Gyuding lowered his head and looked at his fist. He was expecting a much more intense battle and not knocking out his opponent with one punch. While Gyuding was thinking, another person materialized in the ring. He looked to be about 20 years of age. His face was plain, though he was dressed in a white tuxedo that did not fit him too well. His alias was Handsome in Bed. Gyuding looked at his opponent's ranking. It was 112,7809. Far behind the bald man earlier. One looks like you had a lucky break earlier. Now that you've met me, you can be my stepping stone. The player in the white tuxedo assumed a pose that he thought looked cool. Gyuding smiled. I'd like to see you try. The man in the white tuxedo took a step forward. As he moved, he left a series of after images. Gyuding raised an eyebrow, then took a silent step. He was faster than his opponent. Appearing in front of his eyes, he again threw out a punch and sent him flying. The opponent slammed on the force field that surrounded the ring and his body shattered, then rematerialized outside of the ring. Looks like this kid not only has incredible strength, his speed is superhuman too. He's a tough opponent. Some people who had not paid too much attention to Gyuding were starting to talk about his battle prowess. Many more challengers appeared on the ring. Ranking 108,9911. 1 hit go. 3 ranking 105,4231. 1 hit go. 1 ranking 101,1379. 1 hit go. Ranking 996,504. 1 hit go. 2. Gyuding won 6 matches in a row, and his ranking had risen past 1 million. His meteoric rise in ranking had attracted the attention of the arena's internal staff. A woman with blonde short hair placed her legs with black leather boots on the control panel. She replayed Gyuding's battle archives a few times, then retrieved a small red pocket mirror from her red handbag. As she looked at herself in the mirror, she spoke to someone next to her. If there's anyone within 500,000 ranking is available, arrange them to a fight with this kid. 3 understood. A tall and well-built man in a business suit nodded respectfully, then waved at the other staff members in the room and issued his instructions. Paschal thought that it was ridiculous that the arena staff had arranged him to fight with someone ranked in the 990,0s. His ranking was already 500,137, and he was so close to breaking past the threshold of the top 500,000. The rewards given by the arena were hard to resist though. If he won, he will be getting a vial of good quality E-grade cell enhancer. For Paschal, who was in gene level 2, the cell enhancer would allow him to break through to gene level 3. He did not take too long to agree with the deal. Paschal's appearance on the ring caused many people to yelp in surprise. It was not because that a player near the top 500,000 had shown himself, but rather someone of his caliber would usually not challenge anyone lower than rank 600,000. Gyuding was also shocked when he saw his opponent's ranking. Hey, it looks like your performance has piqued the interest of some hotshots. That's why they arranged a challenging opponent for you. Neptune was laughing in Gyuding's ear. Gyuding broke into a smile. His eyes were like those of a predator, transfixed on his prey. After the battles earlier, he was ready to shed any nice guy pretenses. His eyes were burning with the spirit of battle. Chapter 11. Paschal was not a fighter with innate combat talents. His current ranking was the result of him working hard climbing the ranks, step by step. Even though his opponent's ranking was a lot lower than him, he did not let down his guard. He carefully observed this opponent. At the instant he saw Gyuding, he knew that this was going to be a tough battle. He had fought no less than 500 matches in the virtual arena, and even though he could not confirm the battle prowess of the opponent at one glance, there were some telltale hints that he could discern from his battle experience. The opponent looked like he was in high spirits. This probably meant that he had won several battles in a row before this. The opponent's gaze also telegraphed the fact that he was dangerous. Let's try something. He did not feel too confident about facing this opponent. As a preemptive strike, his body shimmered as he took a few forward steps toward Gyuding. Gyuding stood motionless on the spot. He saw that his opponent's movements were nimble and his angle of attack was unique. Against an experienced fighter, he thought that staying put in a reactive stance was the best countermeasure. When the opponent drew near, his fist punched at Gyuding's waist, which was countered with lightning elbow. Gyuding pointed a terminating finger at the opponent's heart. His speed was extremely fast, and Paschal barely managed to defend against it. He blocked his heart with his palm but was still pushed back. Paschal managed to regain his footing after being pushed back several meters. His right hand was already shattered and the ribs on his chest were cracking. That was the sign of sustaining serious damage. In the virtual arena, he would have been killed if not for that he managed to block it with his palm just in time. The opponent had inflicted serious damage with only one attack, and that had caused him to be amazed. How can he be this strong? He looks like he's only about 15 years of age. Is he some prodigy sponsored by a large corporation? And now looks like I can fight against stronger opponents. Gyuding was a little unsure of how strong his powers have grown. I yield. Paschal surrendered after discerning the power level of the opponent. He knew that continuing with the fight was a futile effort. That's disappointing. I didn't see how truly strong the kid was. In the control room, the short-haired woman in black leather boots narrowed her eyes. Get someone in the 200,0s to fight against him. Yes, young miss. The man in the business suit nodded stoically. Everyone was shocked when they saw a new challenger appear in the ring. The ranking of this new challenger was 200,167. The difference in the power level of the 200,0s and 500,0s were worlds apart. If someone ranked around 500,000 had experienced 500 battles, then one with ranking around 200,000 would have experienced about 2,000. Almost everyone in the 200,0s has awakened special abilities. They were all extremely dangerous. What's so special about this kid that I'm summoned to this fight? Gyuding's opponent this time was a young man in his 20s. He wore a long saber on his waist and he sounded extremely arrogant. In fact, his alias was "No one is as arrogant." Hey, kid, there's still time for you to surrender. Don't cry when I chop you into 18 pieces. 3. I wonder who will be the one crying. Gyuding smiled. Really? The arrogant man grasped the hilt of his saber and focused power on it. Careful, this man uses Batojutsu. Neptune reminded him. Batojutsu is incredibly explosive power in a short instant. The longer he gathers power, the more dangerous he becomes. You'll have to interrupt him as soon as you can. Gyuding took a silent step forward and reached in front of the arrogant man in a flash. The arrogant man unsheathed his sword at the same time. A deadly sharp flash was aimed at Gyuding's waist. Gyuding took a sidestep and dodged the attack, and at the same time, his terminating finger pushed at the side of the saber. The arrogant man felt an immense force push his blade aside and the saber nearly flew from his hands. At the same time, he received a lightning elbow on his chest. Following that, Gyuding leapt upward and kicked his chin with a fiery knee. Everyone was stunned when they saw the arrogant man disappear from the ring. Finally, I think I've seen something. Looks like it's a unique style of martial arts. In the control room, the short-haired woman happily licked her lollipop. Get someone in the 80,0s to fight. Yes, young miss. The next opponent appeared in front of Gyuding. His ranking was 80,958. He was a gunner. His frame was slight and he wore a huge, black backpack. The most distinguishing feature was his face, which was as angular as though someone had carved it with a paring knife. His face was without expression, and it was not hard to guess that he must be a soldier. His alias was Imar Gunner. He was probably humorless as well. The gunner class is a relatively new job class compared to the other combat types. Most people who picked this class did not have any special combat abilities. Of course, there were gun enthusiasts that picked this class as well. The gunner class was the strongest with its long-range attacks. If someone got close to them, they would have already had one foot in the grave. The perfect counter to this class was someone with high defense and movement with strong close combat attacks. That man glanced at Gyuding. Without saying a word, he retrieved a rifle from his backpack. He attached a scope to it and then loaded the rifle with bullets. In his several years enrolled in the military academy, Gyuding had some experience with guns. His talents in gunmanship was middling. Even so, he could tell from his opponent's movements that he was an experienced gunner and was on a different level than his classmates. Not only his movements were slick, but the aura he emanated when he wielded the gun was also totally different, as if the gun were an extension of his body. Meanwhile, most of his classmates treated guns as mere toys. When the opponent lifted his gun, Gyuding started to move. He heard the first gunshot, but he did not stop his moving. With another silent step, the second gunshot was heard shortly after. The gunner's face started to look grim when he saw the opponent dodge his 2 consecutive shots. He fired another 3 predicted shots based on Gyuding's path. Gyuding abruptly changed direction and easily dodged those bullets. He was starting to feel amazed. This silent step is so special. It can even predict where the bullets will land and adjust my path accordingly. 6-touch. 2 bullets were fired continuously once more. Gyuding dodged both bullets in a single step. He had only been dodging so far and had not retaliated. He aimed to hone his silent step with the opponent's attacks. After the gunner reloaded his gun for the 8th time, Gyuding was already adept with the silent step. There was no reason to continue with the battle, and so he changed direction once more and headed straight for the gunner opponent. The gunner opponent was not the least bit flustered. He continued shooting as he took several backward steps. His trigger finger on his right hand was moving a lot faster than before, emptying an entire clip in about 10 seconds. He deftly threw the empty clip away and pulled out a fresh ammo clip from his waist pack, but a hand caught his wrist. "You've lost." Gyuding pinched the opponent's wrist in one hand, and with 2 fingers from the other hand, pierced the left side of his opponent's chest where his heart was. The gunner's body shattered once the finger touched him. "Looks like I've underestimated him again." In the control room, the short-haired girl crunched on her lollipop. "Get someone in the thousands to fight him." Just as she finished speaking, she noticed on the camera that a woman had appeared in the ring where Gyuding was. The weird thing was that the woman's alias was a row of question marks. This was the same for her ranking and battle statistics. "Find out who this woman is." The short-haired woman furrowed her brows. After a while, the man in the business suit opened his mouth. "Young miss, her authority level is too high. I cannot break through those restrictions." "Let me see." The short-haired woman stood up and snatched the control panel. "Insufficient permissions." Search failed. The same window popped up on the screen. "What authority does this woman have?" The short-haired woman was exasperated. "Young miss, if you cannot search her information with your authority level, then it can only mean that she is of a higher authority level than you." the man in the business suit reminded, "and all of us know that your authority level in the entire Skyriver sector. One enough. Whatever happened today, not a word from anyone." The short-haired woman sat down again. Her face was turning serious. Chapter 12. Another opponent appeared in front of Gyuding. This time, it was a woman. The upper half of the woman's face was obscured by a golden mask. Only her lips were seen. Her attire was extremely revealing. Her upper torso only had a leather strap covering her chests, and the rest of the body was kept bare. The lower half of her body was covered by an extremely short leather miniskirt. On her feet, she wore a pair of 20-centimeter tall sky-high stilettos encrusted with no less than 10 jewels of different colors that glimmered under the bright lights of the ring. "I was spectating your matches earlier, little boy. They were very interesting." 5. Thank you for your praise. Gyuding looked at his opponent's information with some curiosity. Her alias, battle experience, number of battles won, ranking. All those statistics were displayed in question marks. "Why is your information all in question marks?" "That's because Big Sis here deliberately hid it." The masked woman smiled with one corner of her lips. She looked like she was not in a hurry to fight him. "Why, are you interested in my true identity?" "No, it's just that I haven't seen this before." "Just asking." Gyuding shook his head. It looked like this woman was no one ordinary, and he would rather not trial her. The woman continued her questioning calmly. "Your big sis here has seen someone practicing that set of martial arts before. It looks a little different when you use it. My hands are itching now. How about let's spar, and we'll stop before someone gets hurt. What do you think?" Wan Gyuding was carefully observing her as she spoke. He could only come up with one conclusion: this woman was extremely dangerous. Even though she looked like she was casually standing there, he could not find a single flaw in her stance. He could not even discern her power level from her aura. There could only be one explanation for this: the woman was on a different level than him. Even when their cell indices were normalized in the arena, she was still obviously the martial arts practitioner with more training. "All right," Gyuding resolutely answered after estimating his opponent's strength. The masked woman unsheathed the black whip that was slung to her waist. As she smiled at Gyuding, her wrist shook and the whip stretched out. A shadow danced in the air like black lightning. Gyuding took a silent step and dodged it. He turned to retaliate, but the black shadow looked like it was alive and chased after him. Gyuding was surprised by this. He remembered that the opponent had only struck once, but the whip changed direction in midair. He took another silent step again. Something strange happened. The black shadow was still pursuing him as though he did not change direction at all. The tail of the whip followed him as his steps changed direction, as if his movements were restricted to the proximity of the whip. Huh? Gyuding was starting to understand the woman's power level. He took 6 silent steps in a row and pushed all the 6 stances of the first level of silent step to their limits. The end of the whip was following him like a maggot on his bones and he was unable to shake it off. He suddenly had an epiphany. Now that my cell index is 100, I can use this opportunity to practice some skills that I'm still not able to perform in real life. This way, my body won't break down. After thinking of that, he accessed the Book of Ultimate Arts in his memory and performed the 7th stance of the silent step. This was his first time using it, and his movements were slightly choppy. In that instant, his flaw was exploited by the opponent and the whip struck him on the back with a loud crack. At the same time, Gyuding defensively erected the righteous body stance. The whip tore through his defenses and struck his body, sending him flying. Gyuding's body slammed onto the force field around the ring with a loud boom. There was a long, red streak on Gyuding's back. Gyuding was sweating now. That whip had nearly knocked him out in one strike. Looks like I was a little too heavy-handed. The masked woman mumbled to herself. It seemed like she did not mean to hit him so hard. Gyuding slowly pushed himself to his feet. He realized that the opponent could have killed him with just one blow. Fortunately, the whip landed on his back where the defenses were stronger. If it had landed on a weak point, he would have been standing outside of the ring by now. Even so, he would not be able to withstand 2 or 3 more attacks of this strength. Even if they did not strike his weak points, he would be shattered into pieces and teleported out of the ring. "Do you still want to continue, little boy? You seem hurt." the masked woman asked with her lips curled upward. Gulding could not discern the hidden meaning behind those words and that smile. Gulding smirked. Of course, there are so many more techniques that I haven't used. Gulding was not about to let this opponent go so easily. It was hard for him to find such a formidable opponent. Fortunately for him, the opponent had no malicious intent. But even if she did, he was not going to easily let go of the chance for him to push his skills to the limit. As he finished speaking, he channeled energy into both of his legs. He successfully pulled off the 7th stance of the silent step this time. Gulding had to take the offensive against an opponent with long-range attacks. He had a chance to win as long as he could draw near to the opponent. What incredible skills of cognition. His movements were choppy when he used the stance for the first time. The second time, there are no flaws. The masked woman was silently surprised. Her hand did not remain idle, and with a flick of her wrist she sent her whip out again. This time, she controlled her strength. Gulding saw the shadow of the whip coming toward him and immediately assumed the 8th stance. He got it perfectly right the first time. Following that, he assumed the 9th and 10th stances without any problems. On the 11th stance, his movements became choppy again. Seeing that the tail of the whip was about to catch up to him, he raised his fist and aimed a punch at the whip's shadow. Boom! The fist met with the whip. Gulding was pushed back a few steps and a bright red streak was seen on his knuckles. It did not crack open like the streak on his back. He glanced at his fist with peripheral vision and knew that the opponent was exercising much more control over her strength. Now that Gulding knew this, he was not going to hold back. He knew that he was still a new practitioner of martial arts, and he was not going to let go of this perfect chance to hone his techniques. Raising his fists again, he stepped forward. He was struck by the whip again, and he stepped backward again and again. The two people fought for more than 2 hours continuously. Gulding was already panting. He had not managed to land a punch on his opponent yet, though his improvement was immense. He was already on the 15th stance of the silent step, the 14th stance of steel fist, the 12th stance of phantom kick, and the 9th stance of both lightning elbow and fiery knee. Even righteous body, the hardest technique to master, was already on the 2nd stance. You've expended too much spirit. There's no point in continuing with this fight. The masked woman understood that even though one did not expend any physical strength in the virtual arena, a 2-hour-long battle was very taxing on one's spirit. In these 2 hours, she had already discerned that this boy's gene level was no greater than 2. She was able to estimate his spirit from there. Gulding knew that the opponent was not lying. He had reached a bottleneck in his pursuit of improvement. That was not because his cognition was lacking, but rather his spirit was reaching a limit. If he continued, he would be forcibly kicked out of the arena by the system. Still, he did not want to surrender just like that. The masked woman seemed to have discerned this from his gaze. The ends of her lips curled upward again. It seems you don't want to surrender, little boy. How about this? If you let me kiss you, I'll yield. Also, I'll give you a present. 6. I think she's proposing a good deal. Neptune had been silent all this while. Gulding was silent for a moment. He was not too happy to be taken advantage of by this woman. Before he could finish his sentence, Gulding realized that he could not move a muscle. He could not even make a sound. The corners of the masked woman's lips curled upward. She slowly walked in front of Gulding and placed a flawlessly manicured finger on his lips. You'd rather yield than let Big Sis kiss you? The masked woman lowered her head and whispered into his ear. Not only do I want to kiss you, but I also. 7. While the masked woman spoke, she pressed her lips on Gulding's cheek and left a red lipstick mark there. She straightened her waist and flashed a curious smile at Gulding. Then, pressing on the back of Gulding's skull, she brought her arms forward and Gulding's face sunk into the masked woman's voluptuous breasts. 13. Wow! At the same time, all the male spectators in the arena cried with surprise and drooled with envy. Chapter 13. After logging out of the virtual arena, Gulding's spirit was totally spent. Fortunately for him, the system had recorded his winning streak. That scary woman surrendered after doing those 2 actions to Gulding. After logging out of the virtual arena, Gulding felt heavy in his head. Without taking off his clothes, he dove under his blankets and fell asleep within seconds. When Gulding woke up, he felt refreshed. How long have I slept? You've slept a total of 25 hours. While you were sleeping, something happened. Neptune stopped abruptly as if thinking of how to break the news. From your tone of voice, This doesn't sound like good news. Gilding frowned. There are two pieces of good news, Neptune replied. First of all, your spirit has increased from 9.8 to 11 after this extended bout in the virtual arena. Secondly, someone from the virtual arena sent you a present. I've already accepted it for you. It's a suit of black iron grade combat armor. You should be receiving it soon. Black iron combat armor? Gilding was surprised when he heard that. I'm guessing it's a gift from that mysterious woman. Combat armor is a product of an ancient mechanical civilization. Its main components are the skeletal cells of Jenna beasts and a type of memory liquid alloy that can dissolve in its wearer's bloodstream. Combat armor is unlike heavy, unwieldy body armor. Combat armor is a lot more flexible, and except for some special types, it was skin-tight and would not affect the stances of a martial arts practitioner. One black iron combat armor was the lowest grade of combat armor one could find. Even so, a set of black iron combat armor would still cost up to 100 million star credits on the open market. It was also incredibly rare to come by, even if you had the money for it. Wearing combat armor had three advantages. Firstly, combat armor is dormant in the wearer's body and can be summoned at will at any time. Secondly, it will upgrade according to the gene level of its host. Thirdly, it will repair itself if it becomes damaged in battle. Those are the three reasons why combat armor is so desirable. Just as Neptune finished talking about the combat armor, the doorbell to Gilding's house rang. Good day, delivery for Gilding. Please sign here. A golden delivery robot was standing at the door. Behind it was a white box. Gilding held a finger on the receipt panel and left his fingerprint there. Then the robot handed to him the white box. Wishing you a happy life. Goodbye. It bowed. Gilding closed the door and added a few padlocks to it. Only then he retrieved the item from the white box. It was a clear glass syringe. In it contained a black liquid with a metallic gleam. On the syringe was a circular barcode. Gilding scanned the barcode with Neptune's screen. The product information was immediately displayed. Item, combat armor. Grade, black iron. Usage instructions. Insert the syringe into a vein. After nourishing with red blood cells for 72 hours, the combat armor may be summoned at will on the user's body. A black iron grade combat armor can increase the user's attack and defense by twofold. That is quite a big leap in power for your ultimate arts. Also, combat armor is upgradable. Now your black iron grade armor increases your attack and defense by twofold. A set of bronze grade combat armor would increase it by 5-fold. Silver grade by 10-fold, and gold grade by 50-fold. There are no side effects to worry about. The faster you inject this into your body, the faster you can equip it. Neptune reminded him. Gilding nodded. He injected the needle into the vein on the back of his hand. As the metallic liquid entered his body, he felt a cold liquid mix with his blood and course up to his arm. In a few seconds, the injection was complete. He did not feel any unease. This meant that his body had extremely good compatibility with the combat armor. 50% of the people who used combat armor had signs of rejection on their first time injecting it into their veins. Another 15% of people do not have compatible body type and would immediately reject the liquid from their bodies. Your compatibility is very high. I think you should be able to wear the armor on your skin within 10 hours. Neptune was very intimate with Gilding's body conditions. Shouldn't it take 72 hours? Gilding was a little surprised. He did not know much about combat armors, considering that its price and availability were out of reach of normal civilians. He saw in the instructions that it took 72 hours for his blood to nourish the armor and thought that applied to everyone. That's just the average. Some people would take a longer time, and some would be faster, Neptune explained. Judging by how the liquid is fusing with your body, 10 hours should be enough. You can just say that I have an amazing body type. Gilding smiled. So, those are the two pieces of good news. What about the bad news? Auntie Roast Beef sent you a message while you were asleep. She said that Rose Tavern is temporarily closed for business, and you need not go to work in the next few days. She will pay your wages the next time you go to work. Neptune was silent after reporting this information to him. That doesn't sound like bad news. Gilding propped his chin and thought deeply. Did she say any reason why she's temporarily closing her business, and when will she reopen? She didn't say that. Neptune's tone of voice was heavy. After sending the message, Rose Tavern shut down their connection to the external network. I thought that there's something fishy going on, so I hacked into the internal network of the tavern. I discovered some bad news through the security cameras. Comment: the Federation government has been recently cracking down on the red light district. You should know about that, Neptune continued. Because of this, many space pirates are arrested. This included a pirate named Kane. Uncle Kane? Gilding immediately knew who Neptune was talking about. Kane was a space pirate with a 300 million bounty to his head. Rumors had it that he used to be part of Auntie Roast Beef's crew. After the crew disbanded, he gathered his crew and sailed the open seas. Even so, he returned to Rose Tavern every 2 or 3 years to catch up with Auntie Roast Beef. Uncle Kane is a powerful fighter. How was he arrested? They threatened Kane with Auntie Roast Beef. If he tried to resist arrest or escape, they will put Auntie Roast Beef on the wanted list again and they will shut down Rose Tavern. Neptune finally divulged the real reason behind the bad news. Because of that, Kane voluntarily put on the Star Core collar and was led away. 2 Star Core collar? Gilding was shocked. The Star Core collar was a powerful electromagnetic restraint. Once a person wore the collar on their neck, the powerful electromagnetic pulses would block all communication between the brain and the rest of their body. A person wearing the Star Core collar could only feel the presence of their head and nothing from the neck down. One would be helpless once they wore it. 5 Looking at the normal procedure, after Kane is arrested, he should be imprisoned in the Cerulean branch of Skyriver Prison, or perhaps in the Skyriver Prison headquarters for an appropriate number of years. However, Pearson, the deputy chief warden from the headquarters, has an old grudge with Kane. He blamed this recent theft on Kane and sentenced him to execution. He will be attending the execution himself. Neptune continued, I'm also guessing with the information that I know, that Pearson was the one who threatened Kane. That bastard. There's someone so despicable in the Federation government. Gilding cursed. Gilding had only met with Uncle Kane several times, though he had always brought him a gift whenever he visited. Uncle Kane had treated him like one of his own crew members. 3 The news about Kane's execution was announced yesterday. Auntie Roast Beef and the others have been plotting a rescue mission ever since they caught wind of it. They plan to rescue Kane and escape from Cerule or even the Skyriver sector. Rose Tavern will never reopen again. Neptune finally finished recounting the events. This was unprecedented bad news for Gilding. 3 Gilding clenched his fist, then loosened it, and repeated this for a few times. Only then, he asked, Neptune, do you know where the other members of Uncle Kane's crew are? Before Kane was arrested, one of his conditions was that his crew members were spared. His request was granted. They are now gathered at the starport discussing a plan. 3 Neptune, can your skeleton key unlock the different doors in Skyriver Prison and the Star Core collar or other restraints? Gilding thought for a short while, and soon he seemed to have an idea. Skyriver Prison is only a level 2 security prison. All prisons of level 3 security and below are considered basic security. They do not pose any problem for me at all. Neptune could somewhat guess what Gilding was thinking. However, to prevent Skynet from detecting me, it's best if you could connect me at a prison network terminal. I know. I have a feeling that I'll soon be wanted by the Federation government. Gilding smiled. Chapter 14. Most jobs of Federation government departments were cushy desk jobs, though the Federal Prisons Department was relatively less lucrative, especially for low-level prison wardens. Thus, the prison department always had open positions throughout the year. Even the prison internships offered by the military academy were usually unfilled. When Gilding showed up at the Cerulean branch of the Skyriver Prison one day with his resume, the worker in the human resource department was rather shocked. Gilding's only work experience was with the tavern, though he was granted multiple awards in the academy. The Cerulean branch of the Skyriver Prison was happy to accept an outstanding student like him. After spending less than 5 minutes going through his information and verifying that everything within was true, the human resources worker handed his resume to the chief warden. Old Henry, chief warden of the Cerulean branch, was processing information about the new inmates. The crackdown by the Federation Army in the past few days had caused the prison population to swell to the total population of the past 3 years combined. Old Henry massaged his temples that felt like they were swelling. He caught a glance on his workstation screen which had a new message from the Human Resources Department. A message from HR, "Are we getting a new recruit?" The prison was suffering from a major lack of manpower because of the sudden increase in the inmate population. Old Henry had been troubled by this problem. Old Henry's eyes sparkled when he opened Gilding's resume. Gilding's information showed that he was perfectly capable of enrolling in the Advanced Academy. He would already be an army officer once he graduated from the Advanced Academy, and if his results were outstanding, he would be selected to undergo elite training. Old Henry was ecstatic that a student of such potential wanted to be an intern at his prison. If Gilding excelled in the future, the Cerulean prison would also share his glory. Positions for prison interns had always been vacant. Moreover, the allowance for an intern was half of that of a normal worker. Financial resources for prisons were generally scarce. Old Henry spent less than a minute reading his resume and immediately accepted the application. Gilding did not even need to go through an interview and was immediately inducted as a worker of the Cerulean prison. Gilding was shocked when he received the reply. He thought he needed to pass an oral interview and a physical test, and would take at least an afternoon before his application was accepted. After receiving the pass card for a prison guard, a veteran guard brought him to the monitoring room. He spent several minutes explaining the various areas of the prison and anything he needed to be wary about. After answering a rather urgent phone call, he left Gilding alone in the monitoring room. Before he left, he told Gilding that if he saw something abnormal in the security cameras, he should inform everyone immediately. Usually, there would be more than one person manning the monitoring room. These past few days had been very busy and most of the prison staff were in other departments processing new inmates and handling other jobs. No one had the free time to sit around in the monitoring room. They only put him there because he was an intern. They did not expect that Gilding had an ulterior motive for entering the monitoring room. Gilding scanned his surroundings and confirmed that no one was around. He allowed Neptune to black out the only security camera in the monitoring room and easily connected Neptune to a prison network terminal. In a few seconds, Neptune had scanned through all the messages in the Skyriver prison headquarters and its 249 branches. So where's this Pearson? Gilding had already formulated a plan in his mind. He's on planet Fertilia. The prison network there was suffering from a small hiccup. He's supposed to be there to supervise the repair works but actually, he's there to look at girls. There's a beauty pageant going on in Fertilia. However, he has already reserved a seat on the interplanetary transport to Cerule tomorrow morning. After connecting to the Skyriver prison network, nothing escaped Neptune's eyes. A small hiccup make that a large hiccup, especially the sort of hiccups that allow prisoners to escape. Gilding's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. I can introduce some contagious viruses into the network too. The more chaotic it gets, the higher our chances of success. Neptune was not afraid that this issue blew up. I think so too. Gilding smiled. The virus that Neptune spread in the network was extremely contagious. When the Fertilian prison network security detected the virus, more than half of the prisons in the sector had already been infected. The two network technicians did not know what to do. The Skyriver prison network was an internal network and was isolated from the civilian network. Virus attacks were extremely rare. The job of a prison network technician usually consisted of downloading and applying patches from the headquarters and handing in a daily report of 1 or 2 sentences. They were not adept in technical work and were flustered when faced with this problem. Before the two technicians could report the incident to the chief warden, the chief warden of the Fertilian prison slammed open the door to their office angrily. What are you two doing? Why are half of the security feeds playing porn videos? For the system is under attack, chief. Both of them answered miserably. Why did you tell me only now? The chief warden was dissatisfied with the answer. Actually, we've just discovered it. In 10 minutes, the Fertilian prison network was entirely crippled by the virus. Neptune secretly unlocked all the doors and restraint systems of the prison. The prison immediately descended into chaos. Meanwhile, at the beauty pageant, Pearson was sitting cross-legged. One of his feet was shaking as he happily enjoyed the view. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to hold the hand of the pageant winner and lead her into a motel room. 3 At this time, the intelligent ring on Pearson's finger blinked. He frowned, then answered the call. Mr. Pearson, there is a major security breach in the prison network. Please return immediately. We cannot contain it and we are about to contact headquarters. If the chief warden knows that you're not around, you'll get into trouble. FCK. Pearson swore exactly one curse word when he ended the call. He had to leave. As the deputy chief warden from the headquarters, his task at Fertilia was to supervise the repair works. Now that the entire system had collapsed, the branch needed to send a report to the headquarters. If the chief warden knew he was not at the scene to supervise repair works, he did not know how he would be punished by that damned old man. Reluctantly, Pearson returned to the prison and was stunned. He had only thought that it was a hiccup in the system, but he did not expect a riot. He had been working in the Skyriver prison system for more than 20 years, and this was his first time seeing a total collapse of the network causing a riot. He panicked. In the prison, none of the alarms were silent. The sprinklers on the ceiling were spraying water, and all the doors were unlocked. The mob of criminals had already broken into the control room and the prison offices. Meanwhile, the smarter criminals had already found the exit in the shortest amount of time and had escaped. Gilding cackled when he saw the security feed. The virus was not only limited to Fertilia. It had spread across the entire Skyriver sector prison network to other planets. In half an hour, the virus had infected the headquarters and 80 other branches in the prison network. The virus that Neptune had created was a very specific one. It hid in the root of a network system, and when the system security discovered it, the system was already on the brink of collapse. When the system collapsed, Neptune would unlock all doors and restraints and activate all the alarms and sprinklers to cause maximum chaos. Meanwhile, Gilding saw that Cerule was ready to be infected. He told Neptune, infect the Cerulean prison network. Chapter 15. 10 minutes after the introduction of the virus, Gilding looked at the age-restricted scene that was showing on the security feeds in the monitoring room. He dialed the emergency number that connected him to Old Henry. Mr. Chief Warden, I'm the newcomer, Gilding. I'm in the monitoring room now, but I just discovered that there's something wrong with the security feed. Understood. I will come immediately. Inform the network technician and get him to come up with a solution. Old Henry hung up the call urgently. Gilding guessed that he must have known about the news of the virus infection on other branches of Skyriver prison. He was not worried that Old Henry knew about it. It did not change the fact that the system was about to collapse. In a few minutes, Old Henry arrived at the monitoring room. At the same time, he received news from the network technician that the system had already collapsed. We're ready to unlock all the doors and restraints. Pay attention to Uncle Kane's position and find an escape route for me. Gilding covertly told Neptune his new instructions. Mr. Chief Warden, I'm going to the washroom, Gilding informed Old Henry and walked toward the washroom. Old Henry's eyes were transfixed on the security feed and did not pay attention to Gilding. In the washroom, Gilding locked himself behind a cubicle, took off his prison guard uniform and put on a filthy prison uniform. He did not immediately step out of the washroom after changing, but rather sat on the toilet and observed the evolution of the situation through the security cameras under Neptune's control. One after the restraints and doors were unlocked, the inmates started to riot. In less than 5 minutes, some inmates were rushing toward the office block of the prison. Gilding turned off the security feed. He heard that the chaotic noises were already near and he knew that the inmates were drawing in. Only then, he pushed open the door to the cubicle. At this moment, the door to the washroom abruptly slammed open. A prison guard in uniform rushed in and locked the door. Panting heavily, Gilding's heart skipped a beat. He took a silent step and quietly slid behind that guard, then delivered a karate chop to the back of his neck. The prison guard fainted instantly. Gilding dragged him aside, then unlocked the door and exited the toilet. To his left was the prison office block. It was loud and chaotic there. Gilding turned right and walked toward the prison cells. Neptune had already determined Kane's position and Gilding ran all the way there. Broken equipment and machines were strewn all over the corridors. The inmates had destroyed everything along the corridors out of anger. Water coolers, coffee machines, auto vending machines. Nothing was in working order. 2. Gilding had also met many inmates with vicious faces. Fortunately, He was in prison uniform and no one bothered him. He quickly found Kane among the crowd. "Uncle Kane!" Gyuding shouted. Kane was currently frowning, wondering which way he should take at a junction. He heard someone calling his name and turned to look with some suspicion. He remembered that the only people who knew him on Sarul were Rose and her crewmates. He was the only one captured this time, so he was doubtful that he knew anyone in this prison. When he saw Gyuding appear in front of him, he was shocked. "Lil Gyuding, why are you here?" Kane was confused. "Follow me and I'll explain on the way out." Gyuding led Kane along the corridor that led to the office block. "This commotion is only temporary. We have to escape as soon as we can." Gyuding covertly told Neptune to inform Kane's crewmates to rendezvous with their leader at any time and immediately set sail. On Kane's ship, First Mate Kavil was surprised to receive a message from a stranger. He was about to say something when someone next to him shouted, "I received a message saying that the boss is escaping. It's telling us to set sail at any time." "I received the message too." Many others were shouting at the same time. "Quick, start the engines and prepare to sail. Once we rendezvous with boss, we leave immediately." As First Mate, Kavil made a quick decision. "Are you sure this message can be trusted, First Mate Kavil?" Someone asked. "I can't tell if it's true, but I would trust it." Kavil looked toward the direction of the Cerulean prison with shining eyes. Gyuding brought Kane and walked toward the office block area. Kane did not know where the exit was and could only follow closely. "Let's change our clothes at the prison office block, then we can swagger our way out of this place." Gyuding told Kane his plan. He chose to change the clothes at the prison office block because the number of violent inmates there was less than the other regions of the prison, even though it was under attack by a mob. Furthermore, other prison guards were attracting the attention of the violent mob, so they had less chance of being attacked. In the prison office block, Gyuding sneaked into a washroom and Kane followed closely behind. Gyuding retrieved 2 sets of prison guard uniforms from his inventory and tossed a set at Kane. "Change up, then you can head toward the port. I've already told Kavil to prepare for your arrival. They should already have the ship's propulsion systems ready by the time you get there." They changed their clothes in separate cubicles. Then Gyuding brought Kane toward the main entrance. Just as they exited the washroom, they bumped into 3 vicious-looking inmates. They thought the 2 were real prison guards and rushed toward them. Kane took a sidestep and his body flashed. 3 karate chops landed on 3 necks. The speed was faster than Gyuding could discern. The 3 inmates collapsed silently on the floor. Gyuding had a hint of admiration in his eyes, but he did not slow down or hesitate while escorting Kane to the exit. At the main entrance to the Cerulean prison, Kane raised his eyebrows. "I don't know how you did it, but I thank you for saving my life. They'll eventually find out that you're the one who did it. Why not follow us?" "No worries, Uncle Kane. I'll be fine." "You'd better go. Your crewmates are waiting for you." Gyuding waves his hand coolly and smiled his trademark smile. Kane did not press on the matter. He guessed that Gyuding might have some other means to escape. He waved toward Gyuding then disappeared from sight after a few leaps. 2 inmates arrived at the prison entrance. They were not bothered with Gyuding's prison guard uniform. Rather than picking a fight with him, they escaped quickly. However, one of them glanced at the direction in which Kane's ship departed. Gyuding did not bother with these 2 people escaping. He sent a message to Auntie Roast Beef. "Auntie, Uncle Kane has already escaped from prison. You don't have to worry now." Chapter 16. Rose could not believe it when she saw the message from Gyuding. She immediately contacted First Mate Kavil. Kavil immediately picked up the call. "Something the matter, Big Sis Rose?" "Did the fella Kane escape from prison?" Rose asked directly. Kane took over the receiver. "Big Sis, it's me." "You've really escaped?" Rose was surprised when she heard Kane's voice. "Something happened at the prison. The prison system suffered a total collapse, and that kid Gyuding got me out just like that." Kane laughed heartily. The 2 of them chatted for a while more before they ended the call. Rose knew that Gyuding's message was true. At the same time, she had some doubts. It was too much of a coincidence that the Cerulean prison system suffered a collapse on Gyuding's first day at work. She had watched Gyuding grow from a little baby and she did not know when Gyuding learned how to hack networked systems. Rose immediately replied to Gyuding's message. "Grand reopening of Rose Tavern tonight. Come to work on time. If you're late, I'll deduct half of your wages." When it was time to work, Gilding returned to Rose Tavern as though nothing had happened. There were fewer people entering and exiting the tavern, though he could hear the bustle from far away. When Gilding stepped into the tavern, Auntie Roast Beef and the rest were already sitting in a circle with their mugs raised in celebration of something. Rose saw Gilding enter through the door and waved at him to sit down on a chair next to her. Gilding surveyed the scene and saw that it was the only vacant seat in the tavern. He furrowed his brows as he walked over and sat down. Martini. The bartender handed him a glass of Milka. On normal days, Auntie Roast Beef would be cursing under her breath if she saw someone ordering a non-alcoholic drink from the bar. Unexpectedly, she did not say anything today. She lifted up the mug in her hand and smiled. Congratulations to Lil Kane for breaking out of prison. Drink whatever you want tonight. I'll just put it on Kane's tab. He can pay all of it plus interest when he drops by next year. Everyone raised their mugs with cheer. At present, there were some outsiders in the tavern. There was no need to announce Gilding's exploits to everyone because that might bring trouble to Gilding. That was why no one in the tavern mentioned him. The happy party lasted until the wee hours before all the customers left. Auntie Roast Beef, who had downed several kegs of ale, did not seem the slightest bit drunk. She filled everyone's mugs once again with ale and pointed her mug at Gilding. Kane had already told me what happened. Rose Ginger, thank you on behalf of all of my mates. All the staff of Rose Tavern also raised their mugs. Gilding only smiled and said nothing. He downed his glass of Milka. The other people in Rose Tavern also poured the strong ale down their throats while laughing. Without Neptune's intervention, the prisons in Skyriver sector quickly restored order and the virus was contained in a few hours. What Gilding did not know was that this incident had caused quite a stir in the Skyriver prison headquarters, but it had also raised the attention of the Federation government. More than 80% of the escaped inmates were recaptured within a day. On Cerule, the 2 escapees that Gilding saw at the entrance were recaptured as well. The Cerulean prison counted the number of escapees still at large and found that there were 3. The most notorious of them was Kane, the space pirate who had a bounty of 300 million star credits to his head and was about to be executed. 3 in the next afternoon, the system in Fertilia prison had been restored. Pearson had no intention of staying on that planet for too long. He knew that many other prison systems were under the same attack, and he knew that his nemesis Kane had escaped from the Cerulean prison. He unwillingly arrived at Cerule and started an investigation of the incident. The investigation lasted until late in the night. The moon shone cold light on the Cerulean prison. For most of the night, painful cries and agonized begging could be heard in the interrogation room. After interrogating the final escapee, Pearson with his flabby face exited the interrogation room door. 2 prison guards propped an inmate out of the room. The inmate almost looked inhuman from the torture. All the fingers on his hands were broken and none of his fingernails were intact. His naked upper body had more than 10 burn scars from being jolted by a strong electric current. His trousers were still damp and smelled of panic urine. After leaving the interrogation room, Pearson dialed the number of the chief warden of the Cerulean prison. As the deputy chief warden of the headquarters, he held higher authority than chief wardens of branch prisons. It was 3:30 in the morning. Old Henry was sleeping soundly when his communicator roused him from his sleep. As the chief warden of the Cerulean prison, he was directly responsible for the virus attack on the prison system. He had worked the whole day and had only gotten home some time after midnight. He had only slept for a few hours before he was rudely woken up. He picked up the receiver and was about to deliver some choice curse words before he heard Pearson's voice in his ear. He immediately covered his mouth as sweat broke out on his forehead. Pierce Wayne was the deputy chief warden from the headquarters and was considered his superior. Most importantly, he never forgot a grudge. Old Henry was in the prison system for more than 30 years and knew Pearson decently well. He had attended a meeting in headquarters 7 or 8 years ago. Back then, the chief warden of a branch prison had laughed when he saw Pearson's comical appearance for the first time. Not only was the branch chief warden fired within a month, but he was also framed with a mountain of evidence of corruption and was sent to the sexual deviance wing in the prison headquarters. That chief warden could not stand the mistreatment in prison and committed suicide within the week. I've heard that you have recently recruited an intern named Gilding? Pearson's voice sounded cold. An intern? Old Henry was confused but immediately recalled that it was indeed the case. Oh, I remember now. He's a student from the graduating class in the basic military academy. I've seen his resume. He's outstanding. I want all his information now." Pearson's voice sounded equally cold. Now?" Old Henry was reluctant to leave his house when he saw the time on the wall clock displaying 3:41 a.m. "Unless you would like me to wait for another 5 hours and 19 minutes? Pearson's interrogative voice made him sound even colder. Old Henry shuddered. "Coming right away." "Who's that? And what's the time?" His wife woke up when Old Henry rose from the bed. "Something happened at the prison. I'll just be out for a while." Old Henry squeezed a smile. He immediately dressed up, kissed his wife's forehead and quickly stepped out. When Old Henry arrived at his office, Pearson was already sitting in his seat. His legs were propped on the table and in his hand was a photo of Old Henry and his wife. Old Henry frowned. "The resume is in the bottom drawer." He walked to his table and pressed his finger on the fingerprint lock on the table surface. The drawer unlocked after the identity verification. He retrieved Gilding's resume from the bottom drawer and handed it to Pearson. "Something happened to this kid?" Pearson did not reply. He set the picture frame on the table, then flipped through Gilding's resume. After a while, he narrowed his already been small eyes. "Rose Tavern? Who runs it?" "It's Rose Ginger and her former roommates." Old Henry did not hide the fact. "Rose Ginger? Of the Rose Pirates? Former leader to Kane?" A flash of coldness appeared in Pearson's eyes. "Yes." Old Henry nodded. The bounty on Rose Ginger and her mates had been lifted more than 20 years ago by the Federation government. Ever since they disbanded, they've been staying on Cyril all this while and the Federation army never found any trouble with them. Pirates will forever be pirates. That's something in their DNA. Pearson tossed Gilding's resume heavily on the table. "Inform the Sky River sector of the Federation government. Get them to haul this Gilding kid to the federal court after breakfast." 1. Chapter 17. In a breakfast shop, Gilding had only bitten into his fried bun when he heard Neptune talking to him. "I've just intercepted a message from the prison. That guy called Pearson says that he has definite proof of you aiding the escape of the space pirate Kane from the Cerulean prison. He has obtained a warrant of arrest from the federal court, and the police are already on their way here." "Are you sure you've destroyed all the evidence?" Gilding raised an eyebrow, though he did not look flustered at all. He shoved the other half of the fried bun into his mouth. "Not a trace." "You can be sure of that," Neptune replied confidently. "I'm guessing that the evidence they mentioned is from the 2 escapees that saw you at the entrance when Kane escaped on the ship. According to official information from the prison, there are 3 more escapees still at large. Those 2 weren't among the 3, so they should be recaptured. You can consider them to be witnesses. Though under federal law only witnesses are not enough. There is a 93% chance that the guy is trying to frame you and get you to admit guilt. If you were a normal civilian, you'd be panicking when you're brought directly to the federal court with the prosecutors claiming that they have concrete evidence. You'll be asking for a plea deal to reduce your sentence. That's a common tactic by prosecutors." "I know." Gilding casually picked up his second fried bun. He shoved the remaining fried buns on his plate into his mouth in the next few minutes. He paid the bill at the front counter, and as he exited the shop he grumbled that the fried buns today were fried a little longer than usual. They were harder to chew. Gilding's adoptive dad had left him with this apartment. It was across the street from the breakfast shop. There was nothing special about this house, and it looked no different from the house of any other normal civilian. He entered the house and turned on the television. A while later, he could hear police sirens approaching. Several police cars entered the crowded area and stopped in front of Gilding's apartment. A squad of well-trained police officers dressed in full riot gear exited the vehicles and walked toward Gilding's house. "They're here," Neptune reminded him. "I know." Gilding heard someone knocking on his front door. He opened the front door and looked at the police officer. "Looking for someone?" "Are you Gilding?" The squad leader of the police officers was not expecting that Gilding was so young. He had seen his fair share of juvenile criminals and soon cleared his doubts. "That's right, I am Gilding." Gilding already knew what these police officers were here for. "Follow us for a trip." The squad leader waved his hand and the other police officers standing behind him crowded around. pointing their guns at Gilding in case he tried to pull off something funny. Gilding raised both his arms to show that he was not a threat. "I would like to see the arrest warrant." The squad leader frowned. He did not expect Gilding to ask for the arrest warrant. He tapped on his intelligent wristwatch and delivered the arrest warrant to Gilding's public mailbox. The arrest warrant was an electronic document bearing the seal of the federal court. In it was written the subject of the arrest, the reasons for arrest and any related pieces of evidence. Gilding wanted to look at this so that he knew what types of evidence the federal court had on him. He glanced across the document and noticed that under the evidence column, it was written unsubmitted. In the warrant applicant field was a familiar name, Pearson. So this guy is on Cerule. Gilding furrowed his brows. He stretched out his arms in front of him. "All right, I'll come along with you." Under standard operating procedures, the suspect would be restrained with a pair of electromagnetic handcuffs to prevent them from escaping. The policemen were surprised when they saw Gilding volunteer to be cuffed. The leader of the police officers did not give Gilding too much trouble. In usual cases, they would handcuff the hands of the suspect behind their back to further restrict their movement. In Gilding's case, they left his hands in front of him, probably because they thought he was still young and would not pose too much of a threat, and also because he had been cooperative. They held down Gilding's head as they shoved him into the car of the squad leader. A light fragrance of wood permeated the police car. Gilding did not know what brand of perfume this was, but he knew that it should not be cheap. The interior of the car was very clean, and even the windows were polished stainless. It was obvious that the owner of the car enjoyed the little pleasures in life. The only decoration in the car was a three-dimensional photo frame. In the frame was a man holding the hand of a little girl. Gilding raised an eyebrow when he saw the photo. He tried to guess about the squad leader's private life. Divorced, widowed, or an adopted child? Gilding was influenced by Reed's detective practices after being best friends for such a long time. His attention to detail was better than normal people and he could form deductions of his own. About 20 minutes later, the car carrying Gilding had arrived at the federal court. Gilding was escorted into the court by a squad of police officers in full riot gear, as though he was a dangerous criminal. Not many people attended the hearing. Even the jury that consisted of 8 people looked like they were still half asleep. They were there just to make up numbers. The prosecution attorney was a serious-faced middle-aged man. He wore a black business suit and a blue tie. He raised his head slightly as he saw Gilding step into the court, then lowered his head to continue looking at the documents in his hand. His expression was not relaxed at all. Pearson, on the other hand, had not arrived yet. Gilding guessed that he must be putting on airs and arriving last. Gilding noticed that, as the defendant, he did not have a defense attorney appointed to him. He immediately asked, "Your Honor, may I appoint a defense attorney for myself?" The prosecution attorney immediately replied, "We are about to start the hearing soon. If your attorney can arrive before the case concludes, we do not object." The presiding judge looked at the prosecution attorney with some dissatisfaction, then slowly explained, "You may. You should be getting a public defense attorney, but we have asked more than 10 of them and all them were occupied with other cases. I've just checked. 20 minutes ago, Pearson had sent a threatening letter to the presiding judge. He said that if he got you a defense attorney, he would add 20 years to the sentence of his son who is in prison." Neptune said, "Don't worry, I know an attorney. We can start the hearing on schedule. I'll ask him to come here as soon as he can." Gilding nodded to the judge. "You may call him then. The hearing has not started anyway." The judge could only accept his suggestion. Gilding found Reed's name on his communicator and dialed the number. "Hey, what's the matter so early in the morning?" Reed sounded like he had been woken by the call. His voice sounded lethargic. "Don't tell me you're standing in front of my door now with a box of fried buns in your hand. I remember that you've taken the attorney certification several times. Are you certified?" The judge was shocked when he heard Gilding say this, and Pearson's lawyer looked at him disdainfully. "What do you mean by several times? Don't you know how many levels of certification there are?" Reed retorted when he deduced that Gilding must have thought he failed in those attempts. His gift of gab was in full force when he explained the different levels of certification, from low to high, are apprentice lawyer, novice lawyer, experienced lawyer, elite lawyer. "Hey, I'm just asking if you're certified." "Don't bother with the other nonsense," Gilding interrupted Reed. If he did not do so, His friend would not finish talking even when the hearing started. "Why are you asking me this?" Reed asked. "I'm at the federal court now. They're accusing me of aiding in the escape of a wanted criminal. It's not April Fool's Day today, right?" Reed turned to look at the calendar on his wall. "Come here quickly if you're certified. If not, find someone you know who's certified." The hearing starts at 9 o'clock sharp. Gilding guessed that he must be certified. "All right, I'll be there right away. After breakfast, that is. Don't worry, I'm the only certified elite lawyer on Cerule." "You'll be fine." Reed hung up after speaking. Chapter 18. The hearing in the federal court started at 9 o'clock sharp. Before the hearing started, Pearson waddled in, just as Gilding guessed. Gilding also finally saw the face of this person named Pearson. Gilding nearly broke out laughing when he saw this person. The most appropriate adjective to describe his body was spherical. His pole-like legs were a jarring contrast with the rest of his body and were only half the length of a normal adult human's legs. By comparison, his arms looked incredibly long. That was not the only weird part of his appearance. His face was hard to look at. His face was wide and flabby, and the folds of fat on his chin made him look like he had 3 chin. His mouth was extremely small, and the color of his lips were bright red as though he wore lipstick. Cherry lips was a good description. His nose was exaggeratedly big, about the size of 3 normal human noses, and the tip of his nose was red as though he was perpetually drunk. Going further up, his eyes were the size of mung beans. His eyebrows were nowhere to be seen. One would not know if he shaved them himself or he never grew eyebrows. In any case, any single one of his facial features were a horrific sight. Putting them together only made it worse. Gilding could not look at his face directly after glancing at it once. He could only marvel at God's creativity. "It's time." "Let's start," Pearson said impatiently while looking at the clock. His voice was jarringly feminine and raised goosebumps. Gilding nodded at the judge. "Don't worry, let's begin." Gilding was not worried that Reed was not there yet. Even though Reed was usually a chatterbox, a gossip and looked like he never took anything seriously, he knew he could rely on him. When there was trouble, the judge struck the gavel and announced the start of the hearing. Pearson, as the prosecution. Reed allowed the prosecution statement. Gilding listened quietly. Pearson's prosecution statement not only said that he was the one who released Kane, but also the one who caused a system collapse in the Sky River prison headquarters and the more than 80 branches. He emphasized that this was a high-level crime that caused unrest in the entire sector, and recommended that he should be immediately executed. Gilding knew that he was indeed guilty of all those allegations. However, he looked at Pearson's expression and knew that he did not know who was actually guilty. He must have wanted to frame someone so that he could close the case. Gilding was brought to the court on very short notice and did not have time to prepare a defense statement. "If you don't have a statement, then just say something for yourself." The prosecution said quite a lot and you should have differing opinions, the judge told Gilding. Gilding nodded. "I'll just say one thing. If you think I did all that, then show me the evidence." The presiding judge briefly recorded the statements from both sides, then called for evidence to be presented. Gilding did not have anything to present. On the other hand, Pearson did not have much to present as well. He did not have any concrete evidence anyway. All the pieces of evidence were submitted electronically. Neptune read everything in less than a second. "The evidence he's providing is just the system logs during the collapse and the security feeds. The submitted statement is highly speculative," Neptune said. The judge raised an objection to Pearson. "Mr. Pearson, you don't have any material evidence in the files you submitted. If you missed out something, please submit them as soon as you can." Pearson's face turned green. He was about to say something but his attorney stopped him. "We are still preparing the material evidence. We will submit them soon." After saying that, he whispered in Pearson's ear. After listening to what his attorney had to say, Pearson shot Gilding a dangerous glance and smiled maliciously. He did not know that Neptune had heard everything that the attorney said. The attorney told him that getting material evidence would be easy. If the court cannot reach a verdict today, the prison can apply to remand the suspect for 72 hours until the investigation is complete. He can then use the authority of his position to force a confession out of you and also use your fingerprints and retina scans to fabricate the evidence. Neptune told Gilding what he heard. "Don't fingerprint and retina scans have timestamps?" Gilding typed his question into his wristwatch. The other people thought that he was using a normal civilian wristwatch and did not say anything. It's easy to tamper with the timestamps, Neptune explained. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better win this case today. Witnesses were about to be called, and Reed had not made his appearance yet. This had caused Gilding to worry about his safety. Reed said that he would come over right after breakfast, and he should be expected in 40 minutes. An hour had already passed, but he was nowhere to be seen. Gilding did not expect that Reed was caught up in another incident. After Reed ended the call with Gilding, he immediately dressed up and rushed out of the door. Even though he assured Gilding not to worry, he was still a little worried about what might have happened. His breakfast was a donut and carton of milk from a roadside stall. He ate his breakfast while walking toward the parking lot. He had finished half of his donut and had arrived at the entrance to the parking lot when his communicator beeped. He saw that it was an unknown number and immediately hung up. 2 seconds later, his communicator beeped again. He hesitated for a while. He did not know who it was calling him, but it seemed like an emergency, and so he picked up the call. "Hello, who is this?" Reed shoved the donut into his mouth and mumbled incoherently into the receiver. "Am I talking to Reed?" A female voice was heard from the other end of the call. She sounded pretty cute. "Yes, I am. Is something the matter?" "I'm a little busy right now." Reed tossed the remaining half carton of milk into the trash can and walked into the parking lot. "Do you know where Gilding is?" The female's question caused Reed to be shocked. "Who are you?" Reed immediately kept his guard up. "I'm Palmer, professor of pharmacology from the Cerulean Military Academy. I have something about pharmacology that I want to ask him." The reply from the female voice caused Reed to be ever warier. "I'm sorry, I think you might have found the wrong person. Gilding doesn't know anything about brewing medicine." Reed hung up the call after leaving that remark. He thought that Gilding must have really gotten himself into some complicated business. His communicator beeped again in less than 3 seconds. It was still that woman's number. He hesitated for a while, then answered the call again. He would like to listen to what kind of stories this woman would make up. "Why did you hang up my call?" The woman sounded interrogative. "Hey, big sis, I'm really busy now. Can't you at least make your stories sound more plausible? At least know who your subject is and not make up a story that's so easily taken apart." The woman interjected before Reed could finish. "Reed, if you would like to graduate without incident and enroll in the Advanced Military Academy, then I would advise you to not hang up and listen to what I have to say." The woman's voice on the other end made Reed shiver. Reed, who was usually brave, was somewhat intimidated by this statement. "Who the hell are you?" "I told you that I am Palmer, a pharmacology professor from the academy." I'm actually surprised that Gilding didn't tell his best friend that he was a pharmacologist. Palmer's voice sounded a little more relaxed. "Palmer. Why does your name sound familiar?" Reed finally realized who he was talking to. "You're the pharmacology professor? The professor that achieved rank B in pharmacology when she was 22? The genius woman who is an elder in the Skyriver Sector division of the Hermian Alliance?" "That's right." "So, are you now interested in telling me about what happened to Gilding?" The woman sounded arrogant when she heard the surprise in Reed's voice. Chapter 19. Reed did not dare to offend Palmer. Not only was she a genius pharmacologist, but her mentor was also Modican, the only rank A gene pharmacologist in the entire Skyriver Sector. Modican was a well-connected person. He knew almost all the people in the upper echelons of Skyriver Sector. That was the privilege of a top pharmacologist. Not only they received a paycheck from the federal government, even the space pirates did not dare to offend them, and other major corporations fought to build connections with them. Palmer was Modican's only disciple and was also a beautiful woman. She was less popular than Modican but was not too far behind him in popularity. The people she dealt with daily were high-ranking officials in the federal government. If he offended her, he could kiss his future goodbye. After carefully answering a few questions from Palmer, Reed told her about how Gilding was hauled up to the federal court. He was already delayed for more than 20 minutes by then. "I'll go with you. I've also heard of this Pearson guy before. His reputation stinks, and he never forgets a grudge. I've heard about the enmity between him and Kane, and it's just something petty. Now that Kane has escaped, I'm afraid that Pearson would channel all his hatred onto Gilding. Gilding will be in big trouble. If the court couldn't reach a verdict today, I'm afraid they would detain him in prison and torture him." Palmer was well connected within the federal government and knew about all these open secrets. She was worried that Gilding would be mistreated. Then I had better move soon, and you should go there as fast as possible too. With you on his side, I don't think Pearson would do something out of the ordinary. Reed became nervous too. As an elite lawyer, he had also heard about the open secrets in the Federation's justice system, even though he had not seen it happen. He had never thought of this before because he had been confident that he would win any case thrown to him. Now that Palmer mentioned it, he began to worry. He drove straight to the federal court. As an elite lawyer, he had handled a few hundred court cases and was not a stranger to the federal court. He reached the court in 25 minutes. Looking at his watch, he realized that he was 20 minutes late. He pushed open the door to the courtroom and coincidentally heard the judge summoning the first witness. Some people turned to look at Reed when they heard the sound of the door being opened. He nonchalantly walked toward Gilding. "Sorry, I'm late. I was delayed by some matters." "You're Reed?" Pearson's attorney looked ghastly when he saw Reed. It was obvious that he knew who Reed was. "And you're Pearson's attorney?" Reed smiled. "I can only wish you good luck." He did not seem to know who the prosecution attorney was and did not pay too much attention to him. "So, your defense attorney is Mr. Reed," the presiding judge said while nodding his head toward him. They seemed like they knew each other very well. "Who's this kid?" Pearson asked in a low voice. "His name is Reed, the only elite lawyer in all of Cerule, and also the super VIP member of the Skyriver Bar Council. He earned his elite lawyer certification when he was 14. That was a record for the Skyriver sector and one of the top 10 in the entire Universal Federation. He had only fought 500 over cases thus far, but he hasn't lost a single one." The middle-aged lawyer replied in a low voice. The judge struck the gavel again and both sides started questioning the witness. Gilding and Reed noticed that the first witness was not in a sound mental state, as if he did not sleep well the last night. His eyes were dull, and he seemed fearful of Pearson when he saw him. He must have been tortured the last night. Neptune also noticed that there was something wrong with the witness. "Wait." Reed interrupted before the prosecution attorney could ask his first question. "Do you have a problem, Reed?" The judge frowned. "Your Honor, would you agree if I say that witness statements taken under duress are unreliable?" Reed said as he stood from his seat. "One Federation law expressly forbids torture, and therefore statements taken under duress to be admitted as evidence are considered inadmissible." The judge nodded. "Why would you think that our witness has been tortured?" The prosecution attorney objected. "That's simple." Reed turned to Gilding, "What can you observe from this man?" Both of his hands are trembling uncontrollably, and he did not dare to use much force when swearing the oath. "He is obviously in a lot of pain. All his 10 fingernails are much pinker than normal people, probably because these are newly grown with the aid of cell rejuvenators. It's easy to verify that. All you need to do is gently press his cuticles and his nails will break." However, the fingernails are not the worst injury he sustained. If it's a normal muscle or skin injury, it can fully heal by soaking in F-grade cell rejuvenator for 3 hours. Bone injuries won't heal that fast though. They would need to be soaked for 3 whole days. I believe all his fingers are fractured. If you soak the fingers for a whole day with an F-grade cell rejuvenator, you will only be able to recover the skin and muscles at most. The injuries will surface again if you apply any slight pressure. All the signs of injury can be easily detected by medical equipment. A professional doctor can even determine the time of injury by using said equipment. Also, he was only in the courtroom for less than 2 minutes. You can see from his face that he is in a lot of pain, but the cause of this pain isn't on his hands, but rather from his body. You can use cell rejuvenators to repair the skin and muscles, but it's harder to repair internal organs. We can perform a full body scan on him to verify if he has any internal injuries. Reed raised a thumbs up after Gilding finished speaking. Gilding took those words right out of my mouth. Allow me to elaborate. I noticed something when the first witness was summoned. His eyes are dull and he was not in a good mental condition. While Gilding was speaking earlier, I had browsed through this witness's information. I will read it out for everyone. Bront, space pirate, 130 million bounty, arrested for murder, arson, and currently serving a 330-year sentence in federal prison. Reed looked at Pearson after he finished speaking. A 130 million bounty. That's almost the highest amount in the Cerulean prison, Right, Mr. Chief Warden. One, he was the highest before Kane. What about it? Pearson answered nonchalantly. That means his bounty was the highest before Kane arrived, and is still the highest after Kane escaped. Let me ask you then, who would want to provoke him in the prison? His mental condition is like this because he suffered the blow. There are generally two causes for this. The first is suffering physical damage more than one can endure, which results in a mental breakdown. The second reason is, of course, being dumped by one's girlfriend. Reed paused for a moment, then continued, when he entered the courtroom earlier, he was visibly shaken when he saw our chief warden. That's just your conjecture. How about presenting some hard evidence? Pearson was not impressed. You want evidence? Simple. Reed nodded. Then I'll require your cooperation. Pearson did not mind cooperating. He did not think that Reed could pull off any tricks. Mr. Chief Warden, please stand where I am. Reed walked close to Bront in the witness stand. Bront looked at him, then lowered his head without any reaction. Pearson knew what Reed was trying to do. He tried to relax and displayed a calm smile on his face, then slowly walked toward Bront. Bront was visibly nervous when he saw Pearson. To him, his smiling face was 10,000 times worse than when he was serious. That was the smile he showed in the interrogation room. As Pearson walked closer, Bront's body began to tremble violently. Don't. Come closer. Don't. Please, I'll tell you everything. Reed spread his hands. I believe the witness's reaction is proof enough of what I have just said. I'm guessing that the few witnesses from the prosecution are all behaving like this. One, bring in the other witnesses. Throw out any of them with unsound mental conditions. The judge nodded, then struck the gavel again. Chapter 20. There were many security cameras in the federal court. The courtroom alone had 8 hidden cameras. There were also multiple cameras in each holding room to monitor every movement made by the witnesses. Neptune easily gained control of the network and the security feed. He spent less than 1 second to discern the identities of the 4 remaining witnesses. He was sure that only one of them had seen Gyuding before this. The other 3 should be false witnesses that Pearson found to make up the numbers. Gyuding. There are 3 false witnesses in the holding room. You've never met them before, Neptune reminded him. Gyuding covertly elbowed Reed and whispered into his ear. Reed told the judge, Your Honor, I have a small request to make before bringing the other witnesses to the stand. The judge was a little surprised. He could not imagine what Reed might request. Say it. To prevent any false witnesses, I would like to swap places with Gyuding. I'll pretend that I am the accused. If the witnesses cannot tell that I am not Gyuding, it's solid proof that they are false witnesses. This was only a simple test to prevent any false witnesses. Of course, if they were all briefed beforehand about how Gyuding looked like, then this method was useless. They can be called up into the court together, but they have to be separated in case they communicate with each other. Request granted. The judge nodded. A while later, all the 4 remaining witnesses were brought into the courtroom. All of them were wearing special electromagnetic helmets that isolated their vision and hearing. Gyuding, sitting in the attorney's seat, swept his eyes across the 4 people and only paused his gaze on one of them that looked slightly larger than the others. His mental condition did not look to be in good shape. Among the 4 men, he only knew this one. He was the inmate who escaped along with Bront. The courtroom staff unlocked their helmets. Then Gyuding began his questioning. You just have to answer my question. Don't waste your time talking about other things. The larger man was slightly surprised when he saw Gyuding. The other 3 did not react in any way and must have mistaken Gyuding for Reed. Question number 1. Look at the alleged criminal. Is he the person that you saw at the scene of the crime? Yes, yes, yes. 3 of them gave definite answers. The larger man was silent and only squeezed out a few words later. It's not him. It has to be him. I remember his face. One of the other men immediately retorted. The other 2 people also agreed with him. Yes, I remember clearly that it's him. There is no punishment for perjury, though it will be recorded in your lifetime case file. Didn't anyone tell you this before you were summoned? If you have a record of perjury, your statements will never again be admitted in all branches of the Federation government. Not only does this include the federal prisons, but it also concerns the court and the army. Reed, sitting in the defendant's seat, opened his mouth. The three men looked flustered when they heard this. "Your Honor, I believe bearing false witness is strictly forbidden in the federal court." "I'll leave it up to Your Honor to decide how to deal with these three," Reed said. "Record all of this down in their profiles." At the end of this hearing, the federal court will contact their respective departments and recommend any disciplinary actions. The presiding judge was unhappy. He had been a judge for more than 20 years and despised false witnesses. Undeniably, these three were presented as witnesses under Pearson's instructions. As for the remaining witness, his mental condition is also unsound. He should be treated the same as Brandt. His statement is invalid, the presiding judge continued. "This means, Mr. Pearson, that you don't have any valid witnesses." "I can only conclude the hearing at this point." "Does the jury have a verdict?" In a few minutes, the jury verdict was unanimous, not guilty. The presiding judge received the verdict of the jury and announced his final verdict. Gilding was not guilty and was immediately acquitted. Pearson's face was ghastly when he heard the verdict. There was nothing that he could do but to glare at Gilding. "You don't look too good, Mr. Chief Warden." Pearson was seething inside. He did not reply and turned around to leave. "Mr. Chief Warden, a friend of mine sent me some videos. I think these will interest you very much." Gilding's tone of voice was mocking. "I've dropped it in your public mailbox. You can view them at your pleasure." Pearson looked at his intelligent ring and the image was projected onto his palm. Gilding sent him 3 messages. Pearson opened the first one with the volume muted. The video showed him torturing one of the inmates. He zoomed in on the inmate's face and saw that he was Brandt. The video was genuine. He began to feel a little uneasy. He opened the other video. It was about him beating the other witness that was brought to court. He urgently opened the third video. This was not a scene of him interrogating the inmates, rather, it was about him sitting in the courtroom earlier with his attorney whispering into his ear. He remembered this scene that happened less than 20 minutes ago. The attorney was telling him that he could detain Gilding into a federal prison, then torture a confession out of him. At the end of the video, he saw that malicious smile he flashed. He closed the mailbox and turned around to look at Gilding. He knew that if he ignored Gilding's threat, he would lose his position as Chief Warden and might even be sent to prison. "What do you want?" "One, Mr. Chief Warden, you should know that whatever transpired between you two is a crime, right?" The corners of Gilding's lips curled. Pearson glared coldly at Gilding and did not say anything. "Well, my friend says that he has about 1,000 of such videos," Gilding continued. "I think that's enough to send you away for more than 300 years. Imagine that. The Chief Warden being imprisoned in their own prison. I wonder how excited the other inmates would feel." "What do you want?" Pearson's heart skipped a beat. This was what he was most afraid of. His tone of voice was gentle. He had tortured many inmates in the Sky River prison headquarters. He knew that if he became a prisoner, he would receive 10 times the agony he had caused upon the inmates. "That's easy." Gilding knew from his tone of voice that he was willing to accept the conditions. "Just stay away from me and my friends in the future." Pearson exhaled a sigh of relief. He thought that Gilding would blackmail something from him. He nodded. "That is possible. If you have anything else that you want to ask for them all at once." "I hope to end this matter here." The second condition is even simpler. Gilding summoned his combat armor, clenched his right fist and threw a vicious punch onto Pearson's face. Pearson did not set up his guard. Even though he was Gene level 5, blood still gushed from his nose. People were lingering in the courtroom and they were shocked when they saw this scene happen. Palmer, who had just arrived at the courtroom, also witnessed this. She covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. The guards rushed in but were stopped by Pearson. Pearson's face was calm as usual, even after he was punched. "This is a private matter between me and him. Stand down." "This punch is for Uncle Kane." Gilding spoke fiercely. He threw another punch on Pearson's face again. "This punch is for those you tortured." Pearson still did not set up his guard. His body was sent flying and landed on a bench, breaking it. When he stood up again, his left cheek was already swollen. He spat out 2 front teeth then walked calmly toward Gilding. Gilding clenched his fist tightly and focused his power. When Pearson came close again, he threw another punch, this time landing on the bridge of his nose. "This punch is for messing with me." Pearson's body was sent flying again. Everyone was shocked when they saw this unbelievable scene. Even Reed, who was a genius detective, could only watch with his jaw opened wide. He could not imagine what dirt Gilding had on Pearson that the latter would allow him to punch him publicly. One had to know that Pearson was someone very conscious of his public image. There was no public image to be salvaged in this scene. Even his dignity had been torn to shreds. Pearson's nose had already collapsed, and blood was flowing freely from his nostrils. His mouth was also bloody, and his face was so swollen that no one could recognize him. He still calmly walked toward Gilding. "Consider the grudge between you and me over." After Gilding spoke this, Pearson let out a long sigh of relief. "Remember my conditions." Everyone was shocked once again when they heard Gilding say this. Even Palmer, standing at the entrance, did not know how to react to this. She had intended to warn Pearson not to mess with Gilding using the name of the Hermione Alliance and the authority of her mentor. The scene that she witnessed as she entered the courtroom had left her speechless. "Let's go." Gilding waved at Reed, then left the courtroom. On their way back, curiosity finally overcame Reed and he asked, "So what happened just now?" "Nothing. I didn't like his face, so I punched him." 2. Chapter 21. In the early morning, the sky of Cyril was azure. Pearson returned to Skyriver Prison headquarters last night. Even old Henry's dinner was called off. Neptune handed Gilding a piece of information about Pearson early in the morning. "Any other news?" Gilding did not care about the news on Pearson. Based on what he had said, the two of them had already settled their grievances and no longer held any ill will. If the other party chose to continue to keep an eye on him and his friends, then he would have no choice but to send the videos and information to the higher-ups of the Federation government, completely ruining his life. "There is a message that you might be interested in." It arrived in the early hours of today morning and it has not yet been verified. Neptune's tone carried a hint of expectation. The message said that the ruler of Fey Cosmic Nation secretly visited our Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation a few days ago. The rulers of the two nations had initially discussed being mutually open to each other. Are you sure that it was the Fey Cosmic Nation?" Gilding was somewhat unconvinced by this news. The Fey Cosmic Nation was different from the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation as it was a prestigious 5-star Cosmic Nation. The Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation in which Gilding was located was just a 2-star Cosmic Nation, which paled in comparison to the strength of the Fey Cosmic Nation. Generally speaking, the 5-star Cosmic Nations rarely dealt with Cosmic Nations that were below 4 stars. They were the top hegemons in the universe, with the gods residing with them. They had the power and the right to command any Cosmic Nations which were below 5 stars. Moreover, 2-star Cosmic Nations like Dragonsaur usually depended on 3-star Cosmic Nations to survive. 3-star Cosmic Nations likewise existed by attaching themselves to 4-star Cosmic Nations. If the Fey Cosmic Nation really wanted to establish diplomatic relations, it would be enough to communicate with the 4-star Cosmic Nation that oversaw the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. In order to establish a long-term cooperative relationship, it was also normal for 4-star Cosmic Nations to give up the rulership of multiple 2-star Cosmic Nations. Thus, a 5-star Cosmic Nation actively visiting the 2-star universe country. Such a thing had never been heard of. "Is this news reliable?" Gilding asked next. "I'm not sure. The level of communication authority between Cosmic Nations is too advanced. I can't infiltrate it right now." This was the first time Neptune had admitted to Gilding that he would not be able to do something. Gilding was surprised to hear this. Ever since he first met Neptune, he saw Neptune as omnipotent. Now, he finally realized that there were things in this world that even Neptune could not do. "You should improve your skills as soon as possible. The higher your gene level, the more authority you can activate. I estimate that once you reach the level of a 10th order genome, the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation will no longer be able to hide secrets from me." Neptune's words made Gilding speechless. The 10th order genome was too far away for Gilding. Even a strong man like Uncle Kane with a reward of hundreds of millions was only a bearer of a 6th order genome. Furthermore, the bearer of a 6th order genome was able to get a position in the Federal University and Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Thinking of this, Gilding felt a bit depressed. "I don't know when I will be able to break through to the 2nd order genome. The cell index has reached 19 points, but the genetic level has not yet broken. Fortunately, practicing extreme body skills every day can strengthen cells. Ordinary people would have broken through their gene level when they have more than 10 points cell indexes. Your genetic situation is a bit special. Neptune was a little bit reticent. "Do you know something?" Gilding caught Neptune's tone. It sounded like Neptune knew about the problems with his genes. "Your gene is in a blocked state, with it being a double blockade. One of it island the gene lock you were born with, and the other is a seal lock that was added deliberately by someone else." In reality, Neptune had noticed Gilding's anomaly right off the bat. "One actually, the main reason why I accepted you as my master was because of your genetic condition." "Is the gene blockage a good thing?" Gilding frowned slightly. He did not care too much about the gene lock he was born with. What he cared about was the gene lock that he was inflicted with after birth. Growing up, he had only loved one person, his dad. Thus, he was afraid that the seal lock was also added by his dad. Dad must have done this for a reason. "It doesn't matter, I'll know the reason once I find him and ask him in person." Innate genetic locks are only for those who are born with extremely powerful genes. Usually, such people have the powerful existence of gods in their ancestry. Once the kin inherits the genes from the gods, certain traits will cause them to carry this gene lock when they are born. If you do not actively break this gene lock before adulthood, the hidden terrifying power will not only automatically break the gene lock, but it will also cause the gene chain to break, or even collapse. In this case, the inheritor will die within 3 days. The acquired genetic seal was also an extremely powerful method during ancient times. Even if they were not a god, the caster may be infinitely closer to godhood. Neptune went on to explain, the genetic seal is also usually cast by elders in order to sharpen the genetically awakened younger generations. It trains them in a down-to-earth manner and prevents them from relying on their special abilities and abandoning their training. Such a seal is generally not very strong, as long as the younger generation have the strength to exceed the seal's strained capacity. It will eventually be unlocked. So, if my comprehensive cell index exceeds 20 points and the gene lock is not lifted, if I still can't break through to the second-order genome, then will I never be able to awaken my power? Gilding frowned slightly. If his genetic level could not be broken through, then the time of one's awakening ability would be delayed. Only when humans were promoted to a new genetic level would they have the chance to awaken their special abilities. If the gene lock is not released, you will not be able to ascend to the second-order genome. After this, Neptune finally offered him a bit of reassurance. However, people who have a genetic lock by nature will have a 100% chance of gaining new abilities once the gene is unlocked. Their ability will be otherworldly. Don't think so much. Finish your exercise early, and then go for breakfast. Gilding climbed up from there. TL. Originally in the text, I'm not sure what the author's intentions were. He had to perform a morning run every day, even if, based on his current cell strength, this exercise had minimal effect. Still, it was a good habit which his old man had forced upon him. He walked out the door and trotted around. Neptune's voice suddenly called out, Gilding. The news from this morning is true. Which news? Gilding asked casually. The news about the visit of the Fey Cosmic Nation. The Dragonsaur ruler has just issued a statement that the Fey Cosmic Nation officially opened the interstellar route to the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Neptune's voice sounded a little excited. That is to say, in the future, Dragonsaur pirates will not have to bypass 3 3-star universe nations and a 4-star universe nation. They can directly enter the Cosmic Sea through the 5-star route of the Fey Cosmic Nation. After hearing this, Gilding's eyes lit up. I want to buy a Kitty Hawk model now. Let's head out. You don't seem to have graduated yet, Neptune reminded him. He felt Gilding had forgotten something. Well, I'll go through the withdrawal process later. However, Gilding gave a shocking response without batting an eyelid. In truth, the courses at the military academy are basically over. I got enough credits to graduate 6 months ago and I have no plans to go to the advanced military academy. It doesn't matter if I don't have the graduation certificate. If the new route hadn't been opened, it would okay to set off a few months later as many people would have already used the previous route. But now that a new route is open, I want to start as soon as possible to explore it before anyone else. We can't let ourselves lag behind. 1. Chapter 22. Every man hopes to conquer the starry sky someday. Gilding could not recall where he had heard this saying before, nor where he had seen it. Yet, he remembered it clearly. He did not know what the other person's dreams were, but he knew that his dream was perfectly described by this sentence. In this era of interplanetary navigation, And since the dawn of civilization in ancient times that began eons ago, man had feared that this goal was trillions of years away. Even the dragon Cosmos had not been born when people first began to dream of this. However, until now, no one had traveled the entire cosmic sea. In fact, the vast majority of people had never in their entire life even left their sector, let alone step out of their cosmic state. Gilding grew up on the Cyrule, and the farthest place he had ever been to was Mars. That was when the military college was conducting some survival simulation training. Everyone had been shocked when they learned that Gilding had spent 3 million star credits to buy a Kitty Hawk model. One reason for this was that no one knew Gilding had that large of a deposit, but the more important reason was that the only time Gilding had left Cyrule was back when he was on the airship of the military academy. He never traveled alone. To make matters worse, the Kitty Hawk model was not a regular interstellar spacecraft. Its prototype was a militaristic, short-range combat spacecraft with an internal area of about 8 square meters, and it could only carry out short-range voyages into small star fields. This model was also the cheapest interstellar vehicle around, so Gilding did not really have any other option. Of course, the manufacturers were also generous. There was no way to improve its performance, so they instead focused on its appearance, making the model very beautiful. In Gilding's words, it was dashing. After purchasing the Kitty Hawk model and some other necessities, Gilding took the time to submit the application for his withdrawal. Gilding also did not bother hiding the reason why he was dropping out. He wrote, "I decided to chase my dream and become an interstellar pirate." For when Gilding submitted the application, Dean Grant was idling about. When he saw a withdrawal application suddenly pop up on the screen, his expression calmly changed. Although this was a basic military academy, if one could enter an advanced military academy after graduation, they would be greeted with limitless prospects. Even so, he had seen many students drop out for various reasons over the years. In addition to this, students who submit withdrawal applications on their own accord were generally relatively good students and might have other plans for their lives. The deepest impression Grant had was of a student from more than 20 years ago. After submitting an application for his withdrawal, he turned to the sea to do business. More than 2 decades had passed since then, and the young boy had gone on to become one of the 10 richest people in Skyriver sector. Grant also clearly remembered what the youth had listed as his reason for dropping out. After more than 2 years of study, I have come to realize that I am not suitable to become a federal soldier. I have also found that I possess a certain talent for business, so I want to drop out of school to do business. Grant responded with a long letter, with the contents of the letter never mentioning the inappropriateness of dropping out of school. Rather, it offered plenty of encouragement. Only at the very end did he leave a short note, saying, "If you are sure that something is what you really want, go after it. Whether or not the results are what you expect, you will still gain something. The gates of the Cyrule Basic Military Academy are always open to you." Now, looking at Gilding's reason for dropping out, Grant shook his head helplessly. As early as back when Gilding had given his address during the school opening ceremony of his first year, Grant already got the vague feeling that the child would drop out of school. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and Grant was grateful for his hunch to be proved wrong. Gilding's studies had ended, and it was now only a few months before he would get his graduation certificate. However, the boy had unexpectedly chosen to act up. Gilding's withdrawal was a matter that Grant was very reluctant to face. Although this child was only a first-order genome, he had a high chance of being admitted into the Advanced Military Academy. After entering the Advanced Military Academy, many of his special physical constitutions would be slowly developed. Grant was a good judge of people. He had always felt that Gilding was the type who would only get brighter the more they were polished. Sooner or later, this kind of person would shine bright enough that it would sting to look at. Grant had also heard a little about the incident with the federal law. Originally, he was dubious about it, but when he saw Gilding's withdrawal application, he instantly believed that the beating of the warden had really transpired. Now, he realized that this child never considered the possible consequences of his actions, and would only consider the outcome he desired. Looking at the withdrawal application, Grant pondered for a long time. The contents of his reply were written and deleted, and then rewritten and deleted. In the end, he sighed and re-entered the same words from more than 20 years ago. "If you are sure that something is what you really want, Go after it. Whether or not the results are what you expected, you will gain something. The gates of the Sarul Basic Military Academy are always open to you. After receiving the response from the dean, Gylding was a little taken aback. He thought that Grant would preach to him and strongly urge him to stay. This reaction from the other party, although unexpected, was what he wanted. Gylding then sent the news that he had dropped out to Reed and Palmer. Although he was not very familiar with Palmer, the other party had appeared in federal law incident to support him, which was enough for Gylding to consider her a friend. Although she had appeared a little later, the intention was enough. Hey, are you kidding me? You really have the heart to leave me here alone? Reed gave Gylding a call the moment she got the message. 3. Stop talking nonsense. I already invited you to be part of my pirate regiment yesterday. You refused it yourself, Gylding countered. And before that, I asked you countless times if you wanted to join me to travel the cosmic sea, but you refused every time. That's expected. My dream is to become the Imperial Generalissimo of the Universal Federal Government. Reed's dream was the exact opposite of Gylding's. Whatever you do in the future, I will make sure that I personally put you into federal prison. 6. If you think you have the ability, just try. Gylding laughed. 2. The two talked for a while before they hung up. Not long after hanging up, the communicator rang again. It was Palmer who was calling. Was the line busy because of Reed just now? Palmer guessed correctly. Yeah, I chatted with him for a while. Gylding nodded. Are you really going to leave without your diploma? Palmer still felt that Gylding's decision was a bit hasty. The new interstellar route is open. I don't want to wait anymore. Gylding gave 2 brief reasons. These 2 reasons seemed convincing enough that Palmer decided not to continue arguing. About the thing that I brought up yesterday, what are your thoughts on it? Palmer changed the topic. After coming out of the federal court, she brought up the possibility of letting Gylding join the Hermian Alliance. Why do I have to join the Hermian Alliance? Gylding was a person who did not like to be bound, which was he yearned for the free life of interstellar pirates. I transferred the video of your refining the other date to my teacher. He spoke highly of you, claiming that you are a genius pharmacist that would be hard to come by even in tens of thousands of years. If you don't join the Hermian Alliance, your talent would slowly be wasted. Neither me nor my teacher want to see this happen. As I said yesterday, the Hermian Alliance is a non-binding organization, with our main purpose being the exchange of experiences and mutual promotion. In the Hermian Alliance, not only are there people of the federal government, but also many of the well-known interstellar pirates. Palmer did not want Gylding to waste his talent. You said yesterday that after joining the Hermian Alliance, there would be a discount on the purchase of pharmaceutical materials. You're not trying to fool me, right? Gylding asked suddenly. Of course, it's true. The higher the level of the pharmacist, the more discounts you get. As for the assessment of the pharmacist's level, you can take part in the virtual assessment over the network and then get the corresponding level through this assessment. It's really convenient, Palmer quickly added. Well then, I'll join. Gylding finally agreed. I will send you a link. You only need to scan your fingerprint and iris on the login page to automatically confirm your identity, Palmer said whilst sending a link. Gylding completed the procedure according to the prompts and soon became a member of the Hermian Alliance. After confirming that Gylding had really joined, Palmer was relieved and asked about Gylding's schedule. When are you leaving? First thing tomorrow when the interstellar port opens. So fast? Palmer did not expect Gylding to move so quickly. If it wasn't for the preparatory work of buying a spaceship and so on, I would have left today. Gylding did not wish to delay any further. I originally wanted to host a farewell party or something, but if this is the case then it'll be too late. Palmer laughed. I understand everyone's intentions, but the formality is not important. Gylding's lips curled off cheekily. If you have the time, come to Rose Tavern to take care of the business for a bit. Auntie Roast Beef will certainly be very happy. I will go when I have time. I wish you all the best in the future. Thank you. And I wish you luck in becoming a great pharmacist as soon as possible. After saying this, the two hung up. Neptune, have you found the route? Where is the first destination we should head to? Gylding asked Neptune as they walked toward the Rose Tavern. This would be his last working day at the tavern. For the first destination, I chose Feniyuan. Neptune's reply came quickly. Chapter 23. Feniyuan was a planet on the edge of the Skyriver sector, near the Dark District. As the Dark District was a virus-infected area, Many experts who do research on genes would stay on Feniyuan to collect various virus genes, conduct experiments, and develop new drugs. The reason why Neptune made this route choice was firstly that this planet was on the new interstellar route, secondly, there might also be a way for Gylding to improve his genetic level here. With the speed of the Kitty Hawk model, it would take 1 week to sail from Serul to Feniyuan. After saying goodbye to his group of friends on Serul, Gylding got into the Kitty Hawk model. Neptune booted up the system of the spacecraft, and after setting the destination, he set the spacecraft to enter automatic navigation mode. Thus, a brand new Kitty Hawk model soon departed from Serul. The inside of the Kitty Hawk model had an area of less than 8 square meters and had no built-in gravity control device. In a spacecraft without a gravity control device, the passengers would be put into a deep sleep in the sleeping compartment for most of the voyage. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Gylding would spend most of this week asleep. However, he was a man who could not stay idle, so he decided to put these 7 days onto the virtual network. As of now, Gylding had become a member of the Hermione Alliance and could enter the Hermione Alliance's special network, Medicine King Valley. He fixed himself in the seat of the cockpit and let Neptune connect to the Medicine King Valley.s network. Only after entering the Medicine King Valley did Gylding discover that the name was really misleading. In reality, the place was not a deep forest valley isolated from the world, but a modern metropolis. It was even more prosperous than Serul's capital city. There were a variety of high-rise buildings. The modes of transportation were varied, and there were a lot of pedestrians on the street. Don't they say that there aren't a lot of pharmacologists around? Gylding was stunned. Looking at the number of vehicles and people around, although the place was not as dense as the capital city, which teemed with a population of tens of millions, this virtual city could have well over 1 million people. In Medicine King Valley, the number of real pharmacologists is less than 1/10 of the population. Everyone else are just temporary residents. Just a second or two later, Neptune collected a lot of information about Medicine King Valley through various channels. The vast majority of these temporary residents are ordinary people who come to buy medications in the city. Of course, there are also some bulk buyers, material suppliers, etc. Only real pharmacologists can obtain permanent residency and have eligibility to enter restricted areas. The higher the level of the pharmacologist, the higher the authority obtained. It sounds like an online game. Gylding grinned. At that moment, an advanced hovercar stopped in front of Gylding as the driver of the car waved at Gylding. "Young Mr. Pharmacologist, where would you like to go?" "I'm not too sure yet." Gylding scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "And I don't have the currency here. You don't need to worry about me." "This really is your first time in Medicine King Valley, huh?" "Pharmacologists can use transportation for free here." The driver laughed. "Come on in, I'll show you around." "It's also our job to be tour guides." He isn't lying. Free transportation is indeed one of the pharmacologist's privileges. If you were a temporary resident, you'd have to pay. "You should follow him around first," Neptune suggested. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gylding glanced at the nameplate on the other party's chest. The nameplate said Kyle, so he could not help but ask, "Uncle Kyle, how could you tell that I was a pharmacologist?" "Everyone in Medicine King Valley has an examining ability. All I needed to do was check the status of the other party to know their identity." Kyle laughed. "Medicine King Valley is actually similar to an online game. There are many abilities that should be explored slowly. Let me explain it to you." As Kyle drove, he explained the various abilities in Medicine King Valley. When they passed by certain special buildings, Kyle would slow down and list out the purpose of these buildings to Gylding. "That tall building with the steeple in front is for stock exchange. Pharmacologists can get virtual materials corresponding to their grade to practice for free. That is to say, an F-grade pharmacologist can only get F-grade pharmaceutical materials for free?" Gylding raised his brow in curiosity. "That's right." Kyle nodded. "Is there anywhere here that I can advance my pharmacologist rank?" "I've heard before that obtaining a rank promotion here is the same as obtaining a rank promotion in reality. Ding had previously heard Palmer say this. There is. Rank promotion is conducted over at Hermione College. I will bring you there and show it to you later. Medicine King Valley itself is a system responsible for managing the rank of pharmacologists. Promotion under these virtual circumstances is the same as getting a promotion at a branch of the Hermione Alliance. Although the pharmaceutical materials and medicines are virtual here, the system also adds in all sorts of possible variables that can then simulate the response of a medicine refinement with 100% certainty. If you can refine an A-grade medicine here, it means that you can also make A-grade medicine in the real world, Kyle explained enthusiastically. To 100% simulation. Ding was awestruck. After all, the combination of various pharmaceutical materials could cause an infinite number of reactions, let alone the varied effects of the medicinal properties. This Medicine King Valley system is actually a special intelligence derived from Skynet. Its simulation is not only based on stored data, but also includes various predictions and inferential calculations. There are accurate records for all kinds of data for each pharmaceutical material, so the results of the calculations won't have many errors. In fact, the calculation is not difficult, but the population here is relatively large, which causes the workload to be quite heavy, Neptune explained via the interface. Let's finish our visit here and then I'll take you to Medicine King College. Kyle drove on. When passing by a crowded place, Kyle slowed down again. Uncle Kyle, why are there so many people there? Ding could not help but ask upon seeing the crowd. Oh, that's a fighting arena there. Many young pharmacologists would meet and fight there, so people sometimes gather to watch, Kyle explained with a smile. Fighting arena? Ding did not quite understand what this meant. Could it be that the pharmacologists here are like the people in the virtual arena, and they challenge each other's martial arts? Of course they're not challenging each other's martial arts. They're competing in the refining of medicines. The quality and speed of refining medicines are the key to winning or losing each match. Of course, I don't really understand it. I'm just a so-called amateur enjoying the scene. Kyle laughed. Uncle Kyle, I'll get off here then. Ding grinned, feeling as if he had found a good place to stop. Thank you. Well, young man, I wish you a good time here. Kyle smiled and nodded. He knew young people had competitive natures. Chapter 24. The pharmacologist assessment was relatively flexible. There were usually two ways to go about it. One was to perform an on-site assessment at the branch set by the Hermione Alliance. The other was to perform a virtual assessment in Medicine King Valley. However, Ding did not participate in either. Nevertheless, he became an F-level pharmacologist. In truth, it was Palmer who sent his video to the Hermione Alliance, after which it was directly evaluated by the top management of the Hermione Alliance. It was not actually difficult to become an F-level pharmacologist, as all you needed to do was refine qualified F-grade medicines normally. Normal here meant that they did not accept those who had been producing it by luck. Although F-grade medicine were the most basic medicines, there were not many F-level pharmacologists who could produce extreme quality F-grade medicines. Those who could produce it at a perfect quality was practically unheard of. Although F-grade medicines were simple, even the B-level pharmacologist, Palmer, dared not say that she could produce perfect quality F-grade medicines. This was why after seeing Ding, she persevered in trying to recruit him into the Hermione Alliance. After seeing the video of Ding refining medicine, Palmer's teacher, Modican, commented that Ding was an ungodly talent that would be hard to come by even over tens of thousands of years. This was an extremely high praise. Too, there were no shortages of genius pharmacologists in the Hermione Alliance. People like Palmer, who had passed the B-level pharmacologist examination at the age of 22, were obviously amongst the geniuses. However, she felt that her talents paled in comparison to Ding's. She was very aware that Ding only needed to understand the medicinal properties well enough to go about his task. With enough time to practice, he could easily surpass her. At this moment, standing on the arena platform, Saz, who was surrounded by a group of people, was also a genius. He was only 16 years old this year, and, like Ding, was only a F-level pharmacologist. However, he had been able to produce ultimate quality F-grade medicines. Although the chances of successful refinement were only about 20%, it showed that his refining of F-grade medicines had reached an extremely profound level. For as soon as he came on, The other F-level pharmacologists at the arena looked a little downcast. This was because Sars's refining speed was too fast, as the refining of each tube of medicine took less than 10 minutes. On top of this, all the medicines refined were of high quality or above. He even refined ultimate quality medicines. His presence also attracted Gilding's attention. The medicine he refined was an F-grade gene enhancer, which was a genuine gene medicine. Gene medicines were usually the most difficult to make amongst all types of medicines of the same level. This was because it involved the separation and extraction of gene chains, which had to be conducted at a microscopic level. The reason why Gilding was interested was because it was very difficult to refine genetic medicine. He liked these kinds of challenges that he had never tried before. On top of that, he had never operated a microscopic instrument and was curious about how to use it. From his perspective, the other party's refining level was indeed very high. Looking at his steady posture, it was difficult to imagine that the other party was the same age as himself, as the formers gave off quite a masterful vibe. Master Menz's disciple is indeed remarkable. There were many ongoing discussions amongst the onlookers. Gilding naturally heard of the character before, Master Menz. He was also an A-level genetic pharmacologist like Modikin. Although he was not from Skyriver sector, his reputation held its own. When he was young, he was not considered a genius pharmacologist. However, he liked the challenge of refining medicine in the Medicine King Valley of other star sectors. He did not always win in the beginning. It could even be said that he lost more often than not, as there were many geniuses in each star sector. However, he would improve after each failure. After countless matches, he became almost invincible. His name was also widely circulated in many other star sectors. His achievements today had a lot to do with the benefits and lessons that came from the various challenges back then. This disciple was speculated to have been taught by him, and told to go to the Medicine King Valley and different star sectors for training and challenges. However, the difference was that his disciple was born a genius pharmacologist. He had challenged the Medicine King Valley of more than 20 star sectors, and yet, he had never failed in any of them. Feeling Gilding's heartbeat racing, Neptune knew that the young man, Sars, had already roused Gilding's fighting spirit. Your adrenaline levels are spiking, heartbeat accelerating, and your body is in a state of euphoria. Do you want to challenge him? Yeah, help me prepare a list of F-grade gene enhancer materials. Gilding had so far only refined one kind of medicine, which was the cell enhancer. However, the cell enhancer was only a basic medicine. The gene enhancer, on the other hand, was a genuine gene medicine. The difficulty of refining was based on many interconnected factors. Although Gilding knew this, he wanted to know just how much he could really accomplish. He always felt that challenging things could motivate him into doing a good job. Thus, the pressure from Sars might be able to improve his refinement skills. After a while, Neptune loaded all kinds of relevant information regarding the F-grade gene enhancer into Gilding's brain. Gilding read the information in the memory one by one. He did not dare to miss anything. By comparing the refining method in memory with the Sars's refining method, Gilding quickly found the key to the refinement. Sars's prescription was flawed. This was the main reason why he could not produce perfect grade medicine. Another reason was that he had an error in the treatment of the distillation temperature, as well as his ratio of two pharmaceutical materials. Of course, the error of the distillation temperature and medicinal ratio might be caused by a defect in the prescription. As such, Gilding was very impressed that he could still produce an ultimate quality medicine with the flawed prescription. On top of that, Sars also calmly dealt with the refinement without paying much attention to the audience. His psyche was also remarkable. On the Skyriver sector side, more than a dozen pharmacologists lined up to challenge him. But all of them were defeated. Everyone in the crowd started discussing it. Why aren't there any high-grade pharmacologists going up? A young man was a little uncomfortable. He could not bear watch any longer. After all, he was a member of the Skyriver sector. He felt uncomfortable as he watched the pharmacologists from his star sector losing like children before this person. How can they? This is a test for F-level pharmacologists. The other star sectors would say that our Skyriver sector is not magnanimous for letting a high-level pharmacologist participate. An old man simply shook his head. Actually, that's not exactly the case. A middle-aged pharmacologist with a dignified expression on his face spoke up. He was a C-level pharmacologist. Although Sars is only a F-level genetic pharmacologist, He has refined this gene enhancer called the white rhinoceros enhancer, which is the most difficult thing to refine among all F-grade gene enhancers. Even ordinary B-level pharmacologists are afraid to say that they can produce it with ultimate quality. This is because the prescription itself has a certain defect. SARS chose this prescription not only to challenge us, but also to challenge himself. He wants to use challenges to improve his refining rate of ultimate quality medicine. At this point, Gilding had finally digested all the data in his brain. Therefore, he grinned and walked toward the stage. Chapter 25. White Rhinoceros Blood, White Rhinoceros Horn, Crimson Cloud Grass, Snowdrop Bush. After getting on the stage, Gilding prepared all the materials he needed. Everyone looked at the raw refining materials he had chosen. The on-site pharmacologists all felt a little confused. The materials needed for refining the white rhinoceros enhancer were basically known to every pharmacologist, and there was no white rhinoceros horn or snowdrop bush included in the list. After all of Gilding's medicinal materials had been laid out, everyone also realized that he was missing cold fragrance flowers amongst his medicinal materials. Cold fragrance flowers and snowdrop bushes belong to the same group of medicinal materials as both were used as catalysts. However, the snowdrop bush's catalytic strength was 10 times stronger than that of cold fragrance flower. Generally, the harder the medicine was to refine, the less the likelihood of using snowdrop bush. The higher the catalytic strength, the refining process of the medicine would be harder to control. After comparing the two medicinal materials, Gilding easily determined that the white rhinoceros horn in his prescription existed as a medicinal blending agent. SARS did not underestimate his opponent, even though the other party seemed to be younger than himself. Upon seeing the raw refining materials the other party had selected, he did not show contempt. Instead, he stared at the two raw materials that his opponent had added, as though he were thinking about something. The extraction of gene medicine was much more troublesome than the extraction process of other medicines because it involved the process of separation and extraction of the gene chains. Moreover, this process needed to be conducted via a microscopic instrument. Gilding, who was standing next to the microscopic instrument, took a moment to get used to it. When they saw Gilding's jerky movements when debugging the instrument, many pharmacologists on the scene felt like laughing. From first glance, they knew that Gilding had never been exposed to microscopic instruments before. Their guess was spot on. It was indeed true that this was Gilding's first time seeing a real microscopic instrument. As a former combat student at the Federal Basic Military Academy, he had only been exposed to knowledge on combat ever since he first enlisted in the academy. He had only entered the dispensary once to refine medicine, and even then, he had never touched most of the equipment. After a few minutes of debugging, Gilding dropped a drop of white rhinoceros's blood onto the microscope slide. About 5 minutes later, he found the gene chain that needed to be separated. His efficiency made many pharmacologists frown. They probably guessed that it was Gilding's first time refining the white rhinoceros enhancer, otherwise it would not have taken him so much time. Anyone who had refined a white rhinoceros enhancer before could easily find the location of the gene chain that was to be separated within 30 seconds. Although Gilding's refining speed was very slow, SARS did not underestimate him. He also quickly realized that it should be Gilding's first time refining the white rhinoceros enhancer. As he looked on at Gilding, who was not panicking while operating at a slow but steady pace, he instinctively felt that there was a good chance that Gilding would succeed in his refinement. He was also looking forward to seeing the quality of the medicine Gilding would refine. After finding the corresponding gene chain, Gilding began the isolation process. He dyed the gene chain with the gene dye, then dripped the gene isolation solution onto it. After it came into contact with the gene separation solution, the linked genes separated. Since the gene chain had been dyed, Gilding could easily find the gene chain that he had previously marked with color. Thus, the subsequent extraction work was relatively simple. The gene chain was picked and then placed on another slide. Then, it was washed with a cleaning solution. After that, the residue of the separation solution was completely removed. Gilding was finally done with the first part. He handled the whole process very carefully, taking him 15 minutes in total. By now, a normal skilled genetic pharmacologist could have fully refined the white rhinoceros enhancer. However, a lot of the pharmacologists had changed their opinions of Gilding as the separation had been successful. despite the fact that he was someone who was using a microscopic instrument for the first time. Due to the operation under a microscopic instrument being 10 times more difficult than an ordinary operation, most people would be unsuccessful during their first attempt of using one. In addition to this, even pharmacologists with better prowess usually took 3 or 4 attempts to succeed. Therefore, although Gilding's speed was lacking, the successful refinement was undisputable. By succeeding in his first ever operation of the microscopic instrument, he could well be referred to as a genius. Finally, Gilding, who had just completed the first phase of the operation, was relieved. He was genuinely not very familiar with regards to the usage of the microscopic instrument, and he had moved slowly because he was afraid of making mistakes. However, the most difficult stage had been completed, and he now began the subsequent refining process. After all the other raw materials were extracted, he took out 11 distillation bottles, poured the 11 kinds of materials into their respective distillation bottles, and started the ignition distillation. Everyone was completely shocked when they saw the scene. Even Saz widened his eyes when he saw what was happening. He himself could only control the simultaneous operation of up to 4 distillation flasks at most, mainly because the distillation rate of many medicines was similar. If it was distilled at the same time, it might be difficult to simultaneously take care of all the distillation flasks. However, after a minute or two, Gilding removed all 11 of the distillation flasks that had been distilled. His movements were incredibly skillful, as if he was moving in one fluid motion. The accuracy of his judgments was also frighteningly good, causing Saz to leave his mouth agape. He was totally stunned as this was his first time seeing a F-level pharmacologist who possessed better control than himself. To make matters worse, this person was still a teenager who was even younger than himself. Gilding soon entered the next stage of operation, comparison. Because Gilding's raw medicinal materials was different from those commonly known to be used for white rhinoceros enhancer, everyone wanted to know what his raw material ratio would be. The difference in raw materials had caused the proportion of raw materials as well as the order in which they were to be added to be a total mystery. Everyone who had initially scoffed at Gilding began looking forward to the results after watching his astonishing performance during the distillation process. Their hearts were filled with anticipation as they became desperate to know the quality of the medicine Gilding would refine. Despite this, at this time, Gilding was not thinking about anyone else. He had completely entered the state of self-oblivion, and the only thoughts in his head were of the medicinal materials before him. The order of his ratio was soon revealed. The first thing to add was the powdered crystals of the white rhinoceros horn. The subsequent order and ratio of various other pharmaceuticals materials were mostly the same as normal pharmacologists. However, there was a step that caught everyone off guard. Before adding the white rhinoceros gene chain, Gilding put in the snowdrop bush as a catalyst. Based on common sense, the catalyst was to be put in after all other raw materials were mixed and have reached a certain level of fusion stability. Putting the catalyst first would cause the fusion stability of the medicinal materials that were added later to be insufficient. With this, the chances of successful refining would be significantly reduced. What was even more unexpected was that Gilding then took the fusion flask and used the fusion method to directly accelerate the fusion of the medicine. Did he forget that the white rhinoceros gene chain had not yet been added? An E-level pharmacologist tasked a D-level pharmacologist with a little uncertainty. That shouldn't be the case. The D-level pharmacologist also seemed a little uncertain. Saz stared at the changes in the fusion flask Gilding was holding. He did not know whether Gilding had forgotten to put the gene chain, but still, he got the feeling that Gilding was doing this intentionally. Unexpectedly, after 30 seconds, the color of the medicine in the fusion flash began to change. The event dazzled everyone. The medicinal chain that was the main material had not even been put in, yet the medicine had been successfully refined. After this, Gilding quickly put the gene chain into the fusion flask. The color in the fusion flask changed again, from the original pale yellow to a milky white. It's perfect quality. Saz was shocked. The many pharmacologists watching were equally stupefied. Chapter 26. The white rhinoceros gene fortifier had never been refined to a perfect quality before due to the defects in the prescription. Yet, in front of him, a teenager who seemed to only be about 15 years old had done it. It made all the pharmacists present at the time want to pinch themselves. Amongst the crowd, There was also some busybodies who had recorded the whole process of Gilding conducting the refinement and then secretly uploaded it to Medicine King Valley's unencrypted network to be shared. Although Neptune saw the video when it was first shared, he did not block it. He felt that it was not necessary to tell Gilding about such a thing. From his perspective, the pursuit of fame and fortune was all for one's vanity, and only real strength was eternal. As long as one became strong to a godlike caliber, one could essentially single-handedly decide the rise and fall of a cosmic nation. The reason why he did not stop it was because Gilding lacked a lot of resources at this stage. If there was a strong power for him to rely on, the initial development stage would go smooth there. Thus, Gilding did not know about the spread of the Neptune's ideas and videos. Gilding took more than 20 minutes refining the medicine this time, mainly because it was his first time using the microscopic instrument and thus needed to spend some time adapting. Moreover, since it was his first time refining a gene medicine, he did not dare slack even a second throughout the entire process, preferring to slow down and ensure that he successfully refined the medicine rather than race through the whole thing due to his competitiveness. Refining a perfect quality white rhinoceros enhancer on his first try was an unexpected surprise for Gilding. His original plan was to just put in effort every time to produce quality products. During the refining process, he had been afraid that he would commit some mistakes that would cause the medicine to become defective. Seeing the color at the medicine in Gilding's hand, Saz felt a little emotional. The other person could refine the perfect white rhinoceros fortifier, indicating that they had the correct prescription. If one had the correct prescription, they might have a chance to refine the perfect white rhinoceros enhancer too. However, what concerned Saz most was that the other person seemed to be younger than himself. In terms of his performance just now, it seemed that the other person had never even touched a microscopic instrument before this, and that it was their first time refining the white rhinoceros enhancer. Refining a perfect quality medicine on their first try? Saz doubted the other party's luck. However, he had seen with his own eyes the entirety of the other person's refining process. Although slow, he could hardly pick out a flaw throughout the refining process. He got the feeling that it was no coincidence that the other party had refined a perfect quality white rhinoceros enhancer. After refining the medicine, Gilding stood unmoving, his mind carefully replaying the process him refining over and over again. He realized that he had made no mistakes anywhere along the line, save for the fact that he had been a bit slow at the start. The next time he refined it, he was confident he should be able to limit the whole process to be completed within 12 minutes. However, he should strive to be like Saz, as the refining should be completed in less than 10 minutes. Therefore, he was afraid that he would need to practice more than 10 times before he could achieve such a feat. Of course, refining a perfect quality white rhinoceros enhancer meant that Gilding had won this round of the challenge. However, Gilding was not satisfied with the result. This round was not a fair one. He had gotten a hold of a complete prescription, but the other party had used a defective prescription. Gilding had also seen the start of Saz's refining process. If the other party was more careful and had slowed down his refining speed a little, as well as gotten the complete prescription, there would have been a chance that he would have refined a perfect quality white rhinoceros enhancer. Seeing Gilding looking toward him, Saz smiled helplessly and nodded at Gilding. I lost this match. This match does not count. The prescription I have is a complete version whilst your prescription is defective. Gilding shook his head before grinning. Let's compete one more time. Saz did not expect Gilding to be gunning to go another round. He had followed the teacher to many places over the years and he had seen many pharmacologists. Usually, the winner would not agree to a second bout. So, he was very happy when he heard Gilding's offer to compete again. The white rhinoceros enhancer prescription itself was flawed. In addition to it being a medicine that Saz was not very good at, he did feel a little discontented about his loss in the previous round due to two reasons. Firstly, he was not sure if Gilding had made perfect quality medicine by sheer luck, and secondly, he had not been able to show his full strength. I'm the best at refining speed enhancers, boasting about an 8% chance of refining perfect quality. Saz said, I noticed during your refining process, that it seems this was your first time operating a microscopic instrument. In that case, we will not compare speeds this time and simply see who can refine a higher comprehensive quality medicine. Since it is my strongest field, I am more familiar with the refining process. So, I will make 20 bottles. You can make 25 bottles and choose 20 bottles of those bottles with the highest quality from the batch to be compared with mine. What do you think? Gilding shook his head. I disagree. Saz had proposed this because he felt that refining speed enhancers were more advantageous for him. He had offered to let the other party refine an extra 5 bottles and then let him select the best of the bunch. If the opponent was a demon-grade pharmacologist whose ability was on par with his own, then it would be enough for him to try his hand with a leeway of 2 or 3 bottles. However, proposing to let the other party refine 5 more bottles was nothing short of trying to protect the other party's dignity. Then, how do you want to compete? Saz frowned slightly. He thought that his proposal was fair, so he did not expect that Gilding, who was the first to even initiate another match, to not agree. It's fine if we each make 20 bottles. I don't need to make 5 additional bottles. Gilding raised his objection. From his perspective, the other party had proposed unlimited time, instead only choosing to view the comprehensive quality of the finished bottles of medicine. Therefore, there was no need to rush. The refining of the first bottle of medicine would be enough for him to familiarize himself with the entire refining process. Moreover, although the speed enhancer also possessed a genetic agent, it was not as difficult to refine as the White Rhinoceros enhancer. Since he could refine the White Rhinoceros enhancer to perfect quality, as long as he made no mistakes throughout the operation, it should not be too difficult for him to refine a perfect quality speed enhancer. The other pharmacologists at the scene heard Gilding's words and felt that he was being a little too arrogant. Saz had admitted that he was familiar with this kind of medicine and had an 8% chance of refining perfect quality results. This rate already exceeded performance of ordinary C-level genetic pharmacologists, which was enough to show that his opponent had the devil's talent in refining medicine. In contrast, as a newcomer who had only just come into contact with microscopic instruments, it would take him more than 20 minutes to refine a bottle of medicine. When he had refined the perfect quality White Rhinoceros enhancer earlier, no matter how one looked at it, luck had played a part in his victory. Many other pharmacists agreed that this miracle should not repeat itself. With this, Skyriver sector might still be unable to escape the fate of being swept away by Saz's victory. Then it is up to you. In any case, the offer for you to refine 5 extra bottles still stands. Whether you want to use it or not is for you to decide. I won't interfere or force it. Saz thought that his opponent's inflated self-confidence right now must have come as a result of his previous victory coming too easily. He was also secretly determined to shut down the other party's arrogance. On the other hand, Gilding was not being arrogant at all. He just felt that there was no need to refine any more than this. Then, let's start. Chapter 27. Speed enhancers were also a kind of gene-enhancing medicine. Unlike the White Rhinoceros enhancer, which strengthens the power gene, it strengthens the speed gene. The gene-enhancing medicines had mostly the same refining process, and the only differences were in the details. Gilding had used the microscopic instrument to work on the refinement of the White Rhinoceros enhancer once. Now, it was the second time he was refining with it, which obviously made it a lot easier. It took him less than 2 minutes to find the gene chain he needed from the material, and although he was still much slower than Saz, it was already considered a normal speed. Many of the onlooking pharmacologists were a little surprised to see Gilding's refining speed. After all, this should only be the second time Gilding was using the microscopic instrument, whereas ordinary people would only get familiar with it after using it at least 6 to 7 times. As for Saz, his refining speed was frightening. He had already completed the extraction and had begun the distillation process. His movements flowed like water and you could not pinpoint any flaws in his actions. The pharmacologists who were watching praised him one after another. However, Gilding and Saz both paid full attention to the medicinal materials in front of their eyes, ignored the thoughts of the people around them. They steadily processed the materials at hand at their own pace. In less than 8 minutes, the medicine in Saz's hand was complete, and he began using a special modulation method to shake the fusion cup from side to side. The plethora of different colored materials in the cup soon began to fuse quickly and turned milky white in front of everyone's eyes. It's perfect quality, came a cry from the crowd. Saz's first bottle of medicine was refined to perfect quality. This doubled the pressure on the many pharmacologists in Skyriver sector. If Gilding lost, it meant that the entire Skyriver sector had lost. Meanwhile, Gilding did not seem to realize what was happening outside his world. His refining speed was still very steady as he reached the comparison stage. In reality, different pharmacologists had similar refining processes for the same prescription with only very slight differences between them. However, Gilding's prescription from Neptune had 3 very different comparison orders. One of the most difficult steps required one to continuously add 3 different extraction materials within 3 seconds of each other. This sort of comparison order had a high probability of achieving a perfect quality result. 3 different extraction materials were dripped in succession within 3 seconds of each other, which sounded easy, but this operation was, in fact, akin to defying the natural order. This was because the mixture ratio of the 3 different materials could not have even the slightest deviation. Not only that, the mixture ratio also needed to take into account the amount of the other 11 materials already inside and could not just be arbitrarily added until complete. Nevertheless, Gilding felt that he should try it out. The other 2 comparison orders were not that challenging. After making his decision, Gilding simulated the conversion process in his mind and concluded that he should be able to do it. Then, he began working. A variety of medicinal materials were so constantly added by Gilding that even SARS eventually stopped refining the second bottle of medicine. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on Gilding. He wanted to see Gilding's refining progress. Seeing that Gilding had started to compare the medicinal materials, he was also somewhat expectant as the speed enhancer had 3 kinds of comparison orders for the comparison round. This was already an open secret of the Hermian Alliance. Amongst them, one was a sorting order in which he tried many times before but had not even succeeded in completing. Even his teacher, Menz, had said that only a A-level genetic pharmacologist who had refined tens of thousands of medicines could successfully do so. Could he do it? The questions in SARS's heart were quickly answered when he saw the 4 fingers of Gilding's right hand pick up 3 tubes of medicinal materials at the same time. With the slight movement of his fingers, the 3 medicines were continuously added. The entire process did not even take 2 seconds. SARS stared intently at the bottle of medicine in Gilding's hand that had not yet been completed, waiting patiently for the final result. For that level of continuous dripping, he could not be quite sure whether Gilding's rations were right and thus could only wait for the final modulation result to come out. Gilding's comparison was completed quickly. He picked up the fusion cup with 2 fingers as the corner of his mouth finally opened. He flicked the cup with the index finger of his other hand, and the color of the solvent in the fusion cup immediately began to change dramatically. A few moments later, the fusion cup became milky. "It's a perfect quality result again," the crowd on the sidelines exclaimed. "He did it." SARS stared at the fusion cup in Gilding's hand, muttering as if he were talking to himself. After pouring the medicine in the fusion cup into the medicine bottle and then sealing it, Gilding ignored the others and started making the second bottle of medicine. SARS also recovered from his shock and continued to make the second bottle of medicine. The onlooking crowd was already raging. Gilding refining a perfect quality medicine for the second time showed that he was not relying on luck but real skill. His comparison order had also been seen by many of the pharmacologists there. There were even 2 B-level pharmacologists who were not quite sure whether they would even be able to do the kind of operation Gilding had just performed. This genius-level talent. Just whose disciple is he? Many people started to grow curious. Is this young genius really of our Skyriver sector? Could it be that he is a hidden disciple of Master Modigan? All sorts of questions started popping up, but no one could answer any of them. Looking at his serial number, he seems to be a newcomer that had only just arrived in Medical King Valley a few days ago. Based on his serial number, it should be possible to find the person who invited him into Medicine King Valley, someone suggested suddenly. After entering the Medicine King Valley, a lot of personal information remained completely undisclosed by default. Only a serial number and the identity corresponding to the number could be checked to ascertain whether the person was a pharmacologist or a temporary resident. Furthermore, pharmacologists with slightly higher authority could find the reference of a person via their number. A B-level pharmacologist secretly checked Gilding's serial number and saw that the introductory column read, jointly recommended by Modican and Palmer. This kid really does have something to do with Master Modican. Some pharmacologists with insufficient authority also found Gilding's referrer at some cost. After seeing the referrer, many people also began to suspect that Gilding was a disciple of Modican. By now, the videos of the white rhinoceros enhancer previously refined by Gilding had also been seen by many pharmacologists in Medicine King Valley, including even Modican himself. There were a total of 3 videos of Gilding refining the white rhinoceros enhancers, which were taken by 3 onlookers from different angles. One of the videos was titled, "Young Genius Refines the Perfect White Rhinoceros Enhancer." Modican himself was attracted by the name. The white rhinoceros enhancer prescription was flawed, so even an A-level pharmacologist would find it impossible to make a perfect quality prescription. Although he initially thought the name of this video was just a gimmick, he decided to take a look anyway since he was idle. When he saw Gilding in the video, Modican did not react, because Palmer had only told her teacher Gilding's name and sent a video with a rear view of Gilding refining. Modican had never seen Gilding's appearance before. Therefore, he only knew that there was a young genius around, but not what he looked like. After watching the video, Modican felt slightly sluggish. This young man even knows the complete prescription of the white rhinoceros enhancer. Although his refining speed is slow, it was obviously his first time operating a microscopic instrument. Nevertheless, it was very steady, probably surpassing even Palmer in terms of psychological strength. Who is this disciple? With some doubt in his head, Modican gave the video a like. Modican himself was a madman, and when he saw something he enjoyed in Medicine King Valley, he would like it. The video department in Medicine King Valley would then automatically forward the recommendation, notifying others that a person had liked it. Since Modican liked it, many more pharmacologists soon came to watch the video. There were even some A-level pharmacologists who, after watching it, silently gave it a like. Gilding did not know it, but he had suddenly become famous. Chapter 28. On the stage, the competition between Gilding and Sas continued. The two persons' style of refining was completely different. Sas was brisk while Gilding was steady. Although the two were still far from becoming master pharmacologists, their unique styles had already begun to take shape. The refining speed of Gilding's second tube had increased slightly, but it was still steady. Likewise, Sas's refining speed remained very fast, but when conduction individual steps, he slightly tapered his speed. The onlooking pharmacologists could feel that Sas was more cautious than before, and that, this time, he really regarded Gilding as an opponent. About 10 minutes or so later, Sas's second tube of medicine was formed. It was still a warm milky white and was obviously another perfect quality medicine. The moment he saw the color of the medicine, Sas appeared to be slightly relieved. To consecutively make 2 bottles of perfect quality medicine was something that had never even been recorded before. Obviously, the pressure brought on by Gilding had allowed him to achieve extraordinary results. It took less than a minute before Sas's second medicine was refined. Meanwhile, the medicine in Gilding's hand also took shape, and the milky white liquid swayed gently in the fusion cup. The mood of the many onlookers rose. We Skyriver sector now also have a genius. In Skyriver sector's Medicine King Valley, even the temporary residents were mostly natives of Skyriver sector. Although all the information on Gilding seemed to be shrouded in mystery, and no one knew whether he was a native resident of Skyriver sector, at least for now. He was accepting Sas's challenge in place of Skyriver sector. If he won, it would also represent a victory for Skyriver sector. 4 bottles of perfect quality medicines appeared one after another. Most of the onlookers were seeing this for the first time. For many people, this was a moment they would never forget. The competition between Gilding and Sas continued. Sas made a mistake in refining the 3rd bottle of medicine, and the final medicine was refined to ultimate quality. 2 after him, Gilding refined another bottle of perfect quality medicine. With 3 consecutive tubes of perfect quality medicines so far, the probability of Gilding refining perfect quality medicines remained at 100%, which was truly terrifying. Everyone watched on with bated breath. Just how many tubes of perfect quality medicine could this thin-looking teenager continuously produce? While refining the 4th medicine, Saz had completely let go of his competitive mindset and instead began to seek to surpass himself and push himself to do better after each tube. His change in mentality immersed him thoroughly into the medicine refining process. Thus, the fourth tube of medicine was, once again, of perfect quality. Yuding, as always, was steady. Even so, his refining speed had picked up slightly from when he was refining the third tube. Now, it was almost the same as Saz. Not to mention, he had refined another perfect quality medicine. Minutes and seconds passed as the crowd refused to disperse. Saz had continuously refined another 4 tubes of perfect quality medicines. Meanwhile, Yuding maintained his frightening record by continuously refining 8 tubes of perfect quality medicine. This was the first time this had ever happened in Medicine King Valley. This surprised the onlooking pharmacologists, such that they could not shut their mouths. They were dying to know just how good Yuding could actually be. Even so, some people raised their doubts. Could this kid be cheating? He could be taking advantage of Medicine King Valley's data loophole. The possibility of him cheating is not very likely. Medicine King Valley is an independent network with very high-level protection. A security verification would be performed the first time you log in. If there were hidden security accounts, access would be denied. Besides this, there is also a special intelligence unit inside Medicine King Valley which is said to maintain 80% of the functions of Skynet. The moment someone displays abnormal data, the special intelligence unit will get involved, explained an old pharmacist who was knowledgeable about Medicine King Valley. Whether or not one can make perfect quality medicine, you can probably infer by watching them go about their procedure. The young man has made no mistakes so far, and nobody can pick out any flaws. Even A-level pharmacologists strive to achieve this level. Another old man, who was obviously a pharmacist, joined in the conversation. After he refined the 8th bottle of medicine, Saz's condition declined slightly, as was normal due to fatigue. Saz knew that if he continued, his condition would only deteriorate. Thus, he decisively put down the materials in his hands meant for refining the 9th bottle of medicine and began to close his eyes to recuperate. However, on Yuding's side, there was still no sign of stopping. On the contrary, he was refining faster and faster. His 9th tube of medicine was quickly refined, still a perfect quality, as he finally exceeded Saz's refining speed. Saz resumed his work after resting for nearly 10 minutes. In the following 1.5 hours, Yuding continuously refined 11 bottles of perfect quality speed enhancer. Saz had refined 8 tubes. Everyone grew a little numb. The trial took more than 3 hours before they finally got the winner. Yuding had 20 tubes of perfect quality speed enhancer whereas Saz had 15 tubes of perfect quality, and 5 tubes of ultimate quality medicine. The victor of the bout was evident. To have continuously refined 20 tubes of perfect quality medicine was unheard of in the entire history of pharmacology. Whether in the real world or in Medicine King Valley, no one had ever heard of such a thing. I lost. On the challenge stage, Saz walked towards Yuding with a bitter smile on his face. He did his best, even surpassing his previous abilities, but still lost. It could only be said that the opponent was too strong for him, to the point that he had lost decisively. This victory is temporary. We won't know what will happen next time. Yuding grinned. Saz was indeed a good opponent. If Saz had not put the pressure on him, he was afraid he would not have performed so amazingly. Alright, this time I will go back and ask my teacher to give me some special training. When I think I'm ready, I will come to challenge you again. Saz's fighting spirit started burning again. The two of them did not know that the entire process of this more than 3-hour competition had been photographed by some interested parties and placed in the public video region. Hey, this guy posted a new video. Modikin, who was browsing the public video region, suddenly saw that the guy who had first uploaded the video of Yuding refining the perfect white rhinoceros enhancer a few hours ago had now uploaded a new video. The ultimate showdown between two genius pharmacologists. Modikin, who started the video, recognized Saz when he saw him, before seeing Yuding, who was his opponent. He watched it patiently but did not expect it to be more than 3 hours. After watching it, he exclaimed, "Mens really has a good apprentice, but who is the genius boy? Whose disciple is this? Anyway, I should show this video to Palmer." After the customary liking, Modikin sent the video to Palmer. Palmer opened the video and saw Yuding. After watching the whole video with a hint of curiosity, She became completely baffled. She did not expect Gylding's growth to be so rapid. It had only been a day or two since he had disappeared, and he had become a celebrity in Medicine King Valley. She also saw that video already had gathered more than 2 million views. "Teacher, this thin boy is the Gylding I mentioned to you." Dialing Modikan's communicator, Palmer surprised Modikan with her first sentence. Gylding's identity had been bothering him the whole day. He had been wondering who this disciple was, but he did not expect this kid to be the self-taught Gylding. "I'll go to Sarul later. Please help me contact the kid and help me arrange a meeting." Modikan raised his arm and sniffed his armpit. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. "He should take a bath." "Teacher? He is no longer in Sarul." Palmer guessed that her teacher would want Gylding as his disciple. The video just now was enough for any A-level pharmacologist to want to snap up Gylding. "What?" Modikan heard this and nearly flipped out. "Do you know where he went?" "He drove off in a Kitty Hawk model yesterday and said that he wanted to become an interstellar pirate. As for where he went, he didn't say." One Palmer said this before suddenly stopping in her tracks. After thinking about it, she decided that teasing her teacher would be too unkind. So she continued, "However, I can contact him. I will ask him later to see where he will be staying, and then I will inform you." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." After hanging up the call, Modikan anxiously began to wait. Chapter 29. Only after Gylding saw Sars's figure slowly fade away from the fighting platform did he feel a wave of exhaustion slowly wash over his body. Medicine King Valley and Virtual Arena were the same in the sense that both of them consumed a person's spirit. 3 hours of continuous high-intensity operations had almost completely drained Gylding's spirit. Before Gylding could even get down from the training platform, Neptune disconnected his spiritual link to Medicine King Valley. Immediately, he fell into a deep slumber in the cockpit seat. Palmer waited anxiously as her message to Gylding went an entire day without any reply. She had called him at least 10 times but all of them went straight to voicemail. During that time, Modikan had also asked Palmer if she was able to contact Gylding no less than 2 times. Nothing bad actually happened, right? Palmer's worries were not unreasonable, as interstellar travel was generally accompanied by various types of dangers. Meanwhile, in Medicine King Valley, while Gylding was still in deep slumber, many people had seen the video about him. In particular the video in which Gylding and Sars had refined their speed enhancer. It had gathered than 20 million views overnight. Anyone could access Medicine King Valley's public videos, even temporary residents. As long as someone provided the correct link, they would be able to access it. Gylding's face was clearly shown in the video. However, his username was blanked out. The only thing on Gylding's body was a unique serial number which was automatically assigned by the system to anyone who stepped foot into Medicine King Valley. When the video went viral, it caught the attention of the top brass of Hermione Alliance Skyriver Sector Division. Skyriver Sector Division had always belonged to the mid to low tier district for online games in the Hermione Alliance. If somebody like Gylding suddenly popped up like he did that day, it might give them a chance of obtaining a better ranking. As a member of the top management of Skyriver Sector Division, Modikan was an A-grade pharmacologist. Despite his high status, he did not actually hold that much power. He was merely regarded as an honorary chairperson, with the real chairperson being someone else. When Anthony, Skyriver Sector Division's chairperson, saw how scanned the information on Gylding was, deep wrinkles formed on his forehead. This was until he suddenly noticed something, recommended jointly by Modikan and Palmer. He immediately dialed Modikan's number. "Elder, do you know of this person named Gylding?" "When I looked up his information, he was recommended by Palmer, and you." Modikan was caught off guard when he heard the question. Immediately, he realized that Anthony must have seen Gylding's refining video. He rolled his eyes. "That kid is my default apprentice." "What are you trying to imply? Default? So, you mean it's not been confirmed yet?" Anthony got what he was asking for, but he dared not say it out. Modikan's explosive and short fuse was well known. Therefore, he knew that offending him was not a wise move. "Elder, don't worry about it. I'm not trying to steal your apprentice. From the video that I had just seen, I can tell that I'm not qualified to teach this kind of extraordinary talent. I was just curious to see if he was from Skyriver Sector." "Were you going to register him for the newcomers ranking competition?" When Modikan heard the question, He instantly knew what Antony planning. The Hermian Alliance had many divisions in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation, and they were present in almost every sector. In each of the sectors, they would have different types of duels and competitions held annually to rank the corresponding sectors. The higher the ranking of each sector, the more resources Hermian Alliance would get. However, there was a condition for these duels. Any pharmacologist who wished to join had to be a local in order to compete on behalf of the sector. Therefore, Antony had brought up the most crucial point. Gylding is cerulean. Therefore, he's eligible to join the newcomers ranking competition. Mordenkainen had learned a lot of things about Gylding from his apprentice, Parma. This was why he was able to answer some questions about Gylding's origins. If you don't mind, can you contact him for us? Antony continued. He hasn't logged back onto Medicine King Valley since he left the challenge platform. We've already left him a few messages but haven't gotten any replies from him yet. Antony was a reliable and efficient type of person. He would do whatever needed to be done without wasting time. This was why he tried to gather all possible information about Gylding after watching his video. It was so that he could discern whether Gylding was suitable to join the newcomers ranking competition. When he stumbled upon Gylding's video, it was around midnight. He finished watching the video at just past 3 in the morning. After he looked through Gylding's information, he sent an invitation message to Gylding. Up until this very moment, he was still waiting for his reply and had not slept a wink. Naturally, he did not get the reply he wanted. Nevertheless, his slight obsessive compulsiveness made it necessary for him to contact Gylding before he could finally relax. I haven't been able to contact him since more than 20 hours ago, Mordenkainen told him honestly. From what I can gather, he may have fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive spirit consumption during the competition. After all, he's only a Gene Level 1 adult with limited spiritual strength. I see. Only after Antony heard Mordekaisen's explanation did he suddenly recall that a lack of spirit would cause someone to fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, it was normal that his messages were not replied as the other party had not even read it yet. Elder, if you're able to contact him, be sure to ask him to log on to Medicine King Valley as soon as possible. I'll relay that message. Don't worry about it, Mordekaisen nodded. If he's able to get a good ranking, it'll be on our entire division too. Alright. I won't keep you any longer. Antony politely ended the call. After more than 20 hours of deep sleep, Gylding finally woke up. You've slept for 23.5 hours. Your spirit has increased to 12 points, Neptune notified him when he sensed Gylding waking up. Besides that, there are a lot of people trying to contact you. Too, it's just Parma, right? Gylding knew his friends well and guessed that only Parma would try to contact him. After all, Parma would have found out about the medicine refinement in Medicine King Valley sooner or later. He just did not know it would happen this quickly. The communicator showed that Parma left 11 voice messages and 8 messages. What happened that was so urgent? Gylding opened the messages one by one. After a few minutes of listening, Gylding realized that both of his refinement processes in Medicine King Valley had been secretly filmed. Parma's messages also claimed that Master Mordenkainen wanted to make an appointment to see him. Mordenkainen probably intends to make you his apprentice. I looked it up. He has a good reputation and high standards when it comes to medicine refinement. An A-grade pharmacologist, to be exact. Whether you agree to it or not is purely up to you. In my opinion, I think it'll be good for you to have someone to support you during your early stages of development. Neptune relayed the information that he had gathered from the messages. Gylding kept quiet and contemplated while staring at Parma's number. After a while, he pressed the call button. Chapter 30. During his conversation with Parma, Gylding found out that the video of his medicine refinement had gone totally viral. Not only did Mordenkainen see it, a number of people from the top management of Hermian Alliance saw it as well. All of them now wanted to know if he could join some sort of competition. After informing Parma that he would be able to reach Fenuyuan in about 10 days, and confirming where to meet Mordenkainen, Gylding hung up the phone. I've looked up the newcomers ranking competition. Neptune also knew that the Hermian Alliance wanted Gylding to join the competition. A newcomer refers to people who have become a pharmacologist within the last 3 years. It's been less than a year since SARS became one, so he has probably never lost a match. In fact, There are 3 newcomers that have similar talents to him throughout the entire Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. 3 of them took at least 2 years to become a pharmacologist. 2 of them are already B-grade pharmacologists, and 1 of them is an A-grade pharmacologist. So, when SARS challenged their sectors, none of them tried to battle him. If that's the case, then there's no competition at all. If the A-grade pharmacologist refines a bottle of perfect quality A-grade medicine, then his competitors might as well just pack their bags in advance. Gilding did not expect that an A-grade pharmacologist would join a newcomers ranking competition. It's not like that. The competition rules is set so that all contestants are to refine the same type of E-grade medicine. The person who's able to refine the highest quantity, as well as quality, within the specified time frame will achieve the highest ranking, Neptune explained. E-grade medicine? Gilding was stunned when he heard this. So, F-grade pharmacologists can't join the competition? In theory, all newcomer pharmacologists of Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation can participate in the ranking competitions, either individually or by representing their sector. However, those who cannot refine A-grade medicines will be eliminated in the first round. After Neptune rifled through the records and video materials set over the years, he was able to the competition regulations. It's understandable that there are these sorts of limitations since there are far too many F-grades pharmacologists around. Gilding had generally understood why the organizers had set this standard. It was probably because the number of F-grade pharmacologists alone outnumbered the total amount of pharmacologists across the various other grades. If all of them were able to join the competition, it might lead to all sorts of confusion due to sheer volume of people. Therefore, it was important for them to eliminate all the F-grade pharmacologists in the first round so that the subsequent events could run smoothly. In addition to this, the ranking competition itself was aimed at newcomers, with its purpose being to find naturally talented pharmacologists so that they could go on to become apprentices to the senior pharmacologists. Logically, the entire pharmacologist industry would flourish if every senior pharmacologist had a naturally talented apprentice to train. Everyone was qualified to participate in the assessment during their first 3 years. As for those who worked hard for 3 years and had not been promoted to E-grade pharmacologists, they were assumed to not have a natural talent in pharmacology. What's the prize for the newcomers ranking competition? Gilding cared more about the other things. His dad taught him that only tangible things mattered, and Gilding had always kept that in mind. 1. Individual prizes are limited as the bulk of it is allocated to the contestants representing their sectors. For contestants that don't represent any sector, the prizes normally allocated to the sectors will be withheld by the organizers. The top 100 contestants are allowed to choose a bottle of refined medicine from the competition. Hermione Alliance will then refine the same medicine as a gift for the top 100 ranked contestants. In addition to this, an entire set of B-grade refining equipment will be given to them. The top 10 contestants are allowed to pick 3 bottles of refined medicine from the competition, which Hermione Alliance will give to them as the prize. Besides this, they will receive a set of A-grade refining equipment and the privilege of 1 year of free pharmaceutical material worth up to 100 million star credits from Hermione Alliance. For the top 3 contestants, they are allowed to pick 5 bottles of refined medicine from the competition. They are also given a set of A-grade refining equipment and the privilege of 1 year of free pharmaceutical material worth up to 500 million star credits from Hermione Alliance. Also, there is a high chance they might be selected by an S-grade medicine grandmaster to become one of their private apprentices. The champion may pick out 10 bottles of refined medicine from the competition. They are also given a set of top-tier S-grade refining equipment and the privilege of 1 year of free pharmaceutical material worth up to 100 million star credits from Hermione Alliance. Besides this, they also get the opportunity to have a one-time meet-up with an S-grade medicine grandmaster. Star credits from Hermione Alliance. Besides this, they also get the opportunity to have a one-time meet-up with an S-grade medicine grandmaster. 11. Of course, each person only gets the prizes from the highest category which they qualify for. When Gilding heard about the prizes, he was shocked. He unconsciously exclaimed, "Hermione Alliance is really rich." Excluding the value of the medicines sent, a set of B-grade refining equipment was worth around 100 million star credits. And a set of A-grade refining equipment was usually worth between 1 billion and 1.2 billion. As for the top-tier S-grade refining equipment, it was basically priceless. It was rarely available on the market and was valued at around 2.5 billion star credits. Moreover, there was the free access to hundreds of millions of pharmaceutical materials worth of star credits within a 1-year period to be considered. Medicine made from pharmaceutical materials were worth at least 10 times more in terms of value. If the refined quality was perfect, it was worth at least 100 times more. 2. Comment. Take, for example, Guilding's previously refined F-grade cell enhancer. One set of material only required around 100 star credits. However, a perfect quality refined medicine would sell for 25,000 star credits, which was more than 200 times its original value. This showed how long Hermione Alliance had managed to get so rich. However, when it came to being selected by an S-grade medicine grandmaster, Guilding did not care much about going on to become one of their private apprentices. There were only 3 S-grade medicine grandmasters in the entire Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation, and all of which were really busy people with hundreds of apprentices. Even if he got himself a master, he might only see him a few times in a year. On the contrary, as a top-ranked A-grade pharmacologist, Modican would be more proactive in being a proper master. According to Palmer, Modican was a sincere man with high standards. If Guilding could get along well with him in the meeting, he would be Palmer's junior fellow apprentice, and there would be no need to get another teacher. 1. Besides the newcomers ranking competition, does Hermione Alliance have any other championship events? Guilding wanted to know if he could participate in other championship events besides the newcomers ranking competition. Since the prize for the newcomers ranking competition was so amazing, the prizes for the other competitions might be equally attractive. Comment. There's also a competition called A Dose in 10 years. Contestants must have practiced pharmacology for more than 3 years and less than 10 years. They must also be under 30 years old and at least a C-grade pharmacologist. The prize for this competition is 10 times than that of the newcomers ranking competition. Neptune replied, there is also a top-tier competition which is the ultimate competition between A-grade pharmacologists of every sector. It's done via a live broadcast throughout the entire Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation wherein the value of every prize is worth more than tens of billions of star credits. It's too bad that you're not eligible to join. To be honest, you could have omitted your last sentence. Guilding was speechless about Neptune's final comment. So, do you want to join the newcomers ranking competition? In truth, the prize from the Hermione Alliance headquarters is only part of the story. If you get good results, the Skyriver Sector Division will definitely provide you extra benefits, Neptune added. Of course I want to. Dad once told me, only fools don't do it for the money. Guilding grinned. Log me into Medicine King Valley. I have something to discuss with the people of the Skyriver Division of Hermione Alliance. 1.